Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to be very spoiled here tonight. It is the mini endurance from Misano, round 3 of the Simrigs Sprint Series. Let me tell you, we have got quite a lot of action ahead of us here this evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be in the world. Thank you so much for stopping by. Hopefully your day is going pretty darn well. My name is Nick Amon, as always, and I'm here to lead you through tonight's festivities here at Misano, starting off with, of course, North American Blue Split, and we'll have Red Split later on. We'll be joined by Mr. Sam Raworth for that. But it's good to be back again. I was here earlier today for the European Sprint Series, and despite having the same size grid as we have right now at 17 drivers, we still had a lot of action, a lot of close racing, and well, a pretty dominant performance from Simon Bauer once again. He sits at 2 wins. And also who's sitting at 2 wins right now here in North America, Renato Dornelis has come off of back-to-back wins from the second round of Paul Ricard and then Brands Hatch. So he's looking to make it 3 here this afternoon, or this evening rather. Kenneth Portis, though, still looking for number 2 as well. He won the very first race of the season, but has yet to replicate that success. So hopefully here tonight he can do it in practice. Him and Dornelis were very close to each other, so maybe that'll be something we see more of later on, though. Welcome in Notbone, Dylan, of course. Glad to have you guys, and everyone else joining us, either live or in the future. If you're in the future, how's it going? What's new? What is new, though, is, well, looking at the results from the last race at Brands Hatch. It was, of course, Dornelis on top ahead of Portis and Fernandez in the Pro-Am category, Boisvert, Clifford, and Frizza. For amateurs, it was Andy No, Campbell, and Radicanu. And then for our silver drivers yet to be classified, Toribio and Baxter, both of whom not here this afternoon, or evening. I see the in-game time, and I see the sun, I think, afternoon. Henson's here, though, so filling in that void as well. Looking at the championship standings, it is currently Portis just 5 points ahead of Dornelis. So the fight for the crown here in blue is still very much alive. In the Pro-Am category, Boisvert holds a 21-point advantage over Clifford. Clifford is currently running P2 right now in the qualification stage of the blue split. And then for amateurs, Andy No, 38 points over Campbell. It should also be noted that this evening here, or rather this qualification session, is something that Skylar Lovebrink will not get to participate in, unfortunately. Too many penalty points for him means he's going to be starting from the back of the grid here at Misano. And we'll take a quick moment, of course, at the start of the broadcast to give a quick shout out to Simrigs for sponsoring Season 12 of the Sprint Series, Melbourne-based sim racing equipment, peoples and persons. If you happen to live on that beautiful continent or on that little island nation just off to the side of it, they've got you covered, no worries at all. And if you live outside of that, North America, Europe, Asia, Africa, South America, just send them an email. They'd be more than happy to work something out with you. And our Patreon members, you get 5% off your in-store purchases. Sim racing equipment is not cheap by any means, unless you're talking, you know, entry-level things. But if you're looking to upgrade, Simrigs has got you covered. Thanks again, of course, for sponsoring yet another season. But back out on track we go as qualifying is slowly getting itself underway. Renato Dornelis is on top at the moment at 33.13. We saw 32.92 or 93, I believe, by Simon Bauer. So Dornelis 2/10 in the Mercedes. Granted, Bauer was in a Honda. So looking at a current tier list, the Honda does outperform, but right now it's actually being outperformed, as Kenneth Portis has to be in the second position. Half a second, we had Vinogradov, the Russian driver who's just made a complete splash in EU, who was running in second position at the start at the end of qualifying by only a 10th. But right now the gap here, half a second from Portis to Dornelis. So we'll see how that plays out. Michael Landry sitting in P3 at the moment with that 33.85. Jonathan Clifford in 4th, 34.01. So he's the only driver, he's the first driver to not be in the 33s. And then Wilson Fernandez, a name that we're very familiar with here in North American Sprint, 134.03. Had a 33.52, but track limits So what has nipped that lap in the bud? And that is going to be the name of the game here tonight, is managing your track limits. How much can you cut this track and get away with it before the system decides to bop you on the head for that? We saw it a decent amount in EU. Maybe I think 5 or so drive-throughs throughout the entire race. So we'll see if North America can do a little bit better. I'm going to give them some leeway, of course. We do have two splits here tonight. But yeah, we're getting ready an hour and a half. So for those of you that may be joining us, maybe you're a bit new to OOR, you're a bit new to the Sprint Series, don't really know how we do our races. There are 3 formats that we run with. We have the Super Sprint, which is 2 races in one evening. You have a 20-minute sprint race, so like your standard classic pub lobby race. And then that gets followed up by a 40-minute race where the top 12 get reverse grid ordered. So if you finish first, you're starting 12th. Second is 11th, third is 10th, so on and so on. Everyone else has to go out and qualify. And points are also split up between the races. So normally getting first is 150 points, while you get 75 if you win race 1 and 75 if you win race 2. In the other little format we run, it's the regular old sprint. That's 1 hour, mandatory pit stops. 150 points given out to the drivers, 1 qualifying, and that's it. And then we have the mini enduro. For those of you that don't know, we also run an endurance series here in the OOR, here in ACC. Very talented batch of drivers, I must say. But the mini enduro is a 90-minute race with no mandatory pit stops. Now you might be thinking, well, all I got to do is fill the tank all the way up and slap some tires on, bada bing, bada boom, I'm out of there. But you're not. These cars do not hold enough to last a full 90-minute race with no pit stop. There are some cars on some tracks that can do it, but it's quite a tall order. Requires a lot of skill and a lot of just knowing when to maybe let off a little bit, kind of coast it. But most drivers here will probably be filling that tank all the way up and then going as long as they dare on that stint, and then getting into the pits, new set of tires, fresh splash of fuel, and back out there. We did see it with EU. We saw some drivers going down to almost, I think, the 20-minute mark before they went into the pit lane. We saw drivers pitting within the first 20 minutes. Most came in around 40, about halfway. And that's another thing with pit strategies, is where and when do you pit? We have, some drivers who are going to do 30, 30, 30. We'll have some that'll do 45, 45. Others might do like 20, 40, and then 30. It all depends. It's based on what the driver is currently feeling. But that is something we'll wait to see. Of course, welcoming in Dylan. Glad to have you as always. And the Aardvark himself joining us. Good evening to you, or morning, depending on if my country of origin is correct. But as it stands here in qualifying, Renato Dornell is still on top. Timothy Flomger in the Porsche, something we saw in the last race with EU, except instead of a Mercedes at top, it was Honda. But the secondary Mercedes of Wilson Fernandez in the same car, in the Vacuum Racing livery, has sandwiched the poor little Porsche. And then Kevin Portis, currently sitting P4 at the moment. That 33.65 is still his best. He was a 10th off on his last lap. Hasn't gotten much of an improvement over himself currently, running about even with his last lap. And then Michael Landry finds his way into that top 5. Only 16 drivers here tonight. I believe there's one more we're waiting on. I could be wrong, unless I misread my attendance sheet. But of course, it's not just blue, it's also red that we are going to be vibing with here tonight. Obviously, we got drivers mostly from the pro category. As you can tell, those white boxes with black text, that indicates pro class drivers. The black box with the white text, that's pro-am. And then the red is amateur class. And that silver one you see with the number 13, that is an unrated driver. No shame in being unrated. Been there myself. Just kidding. But no, it's just used as a way to say, well, we don't really know where we're going to put you just yet. We need to see you drive a little bit more, and we'll let you know. It's usually before the end of the season. Sometimes we wait until a bye week, and then we go in to that part of classifying a driver. And it should be noted, next week, off to Snetterton. So we go from Brands Hatch in the UK down here to Misano in Italy, and then back right up in the UK for Snetterton. And if you have forgotten the schedule, well, I don't blame you. I did too. And that's why I had to write it down, because there was no way I was going to sit there and remember it myself. So we have 4 races. We had Paul Ricard, we had Bathurst. The week after that, that was the non-competitive round. There was no broadcast. We did have our 12-hour, then Brands Hatch last week, Misano right now. Next week, Snetterton. After that, it's going to be a super sprint at Suzuka. Definitely a track that I myself thoroughly enjoy. And then a non-competitive round at Imola. And then, if all goes according to plan, we'll have a 3-round finalist, or a 3-round sort of final championship decider. That's going to be Donington Park, Hungary, and Barcelona. I'm sure we all have opinions about those circuits. I certainly do. But we are getting here. 2.5 minutes to go in qualifying still. Oh, it's actually Flomger that's bested Dornelis by 33 thousandths of a second. 32.98. So that is the first and only 32 we've seen out of a Porsche. Not too far off of what we saw in EU. William No. Why was I calling him Andy No? Because I know a guy named Andy No in real life. My apologies, Mr. No. Hopefully you can forgive me. Running here. P11 at the moment is on an improvement, and this could put him into the top 10 if he can hook it up nicely again here at Misano. You are really testing how much of the white lines you can abuse before the game punishes you for it, especially here on exit. Drivers going wide as possible. You see those massive sausage curbs on the right. We see a lot of skipping over those, and it ends very poorly. Had it happen twice, actually, in EU, as William No goes up into 10th position. 134.44 for him. And this may be it for him. He knows that he's not going to get another crack at it. Sam Raworth, should be seeing more of him later in the broadcast after this race. If you can believe it. In P14, gets very slidey out of the corner. You probably just heard it. Crosses the line. Does he move up? No, he doesn't. He improves by only a 10th, but Lewis Campbell is still about half a second up the road from him. So we'll leave Mr. Raworth here to his own devices as we check Chris Frizza right now, P12 for the number 74 Ferrari. Another driver who we have seen plenty of here in the OOR. We've got Wilson Fernandez behind. A little bit of a tow there. Trying to get some time under the Brazilian. And actually has picked up 3/10 himself. Frizza up about half a second. He's got to be careful that he doesn't hold up Fernandez. They're both sort of holding each other up. But there should be time for another lap if they deem it as such. So through the final corner, and there it is. See, try to just push it as wide as you can. And that's going to cause a whole bunch of problems. Frizza goes up to 11th as we have... I didn't quite see who that was parked up on the side of the road. These guys will have another chance. One more try to get a lap just right. We will be riding with Frizza. Actually, let's check with Dornelis, who is on pole position. A 32.98. So almost a full 10th ahead of Flomger. One quick little jab right at the end. A little how do you do. Michael Landry, haven't talked about him at all so far. Currently on an improvement as well. This will put him, give him a little bit of a buffer, a 10th exactly, up to Clifford, but Clifford is done. He's in the pits, so he doesn't have anything to worry about that. Landry holds on to P5 for right now. Chris Frizza still out there. There's Wilson Fernandez behind. Fernandez has had quite a, well, admittedly, a horrendous lap. He's already over half a second down. And then Kenneth Portis, he's trying to find a little bit of pace here. Almost 6/10 off of pole position, rounding the final corner. Does find a little bit of time here. He's going to fire it to the timing line. Across he goes. And it is a 10th off, but it doesn't really move him up anymore. Oh, sorry, I think he just went around Fernandez. Oh, no, Fernandez is already there. Yeah, Portis is done. And Chris Frizza should be the last one to improve. As, yep, there goes Wilson Fernandez into the pit lane. Frizza could overtake William No for a top 10 start here at Imola. Crosses the line. Yes, he does. Just barely. Enough to make it happen. What's going on, Carlo? How's the racing? Oh, the racing is just about to begin, my friend. We've got Just about 3 minutes before we get going. And I think we're going to do one of my favorite things. And you guys already know what it is. I do it all the time. Why not a little bit of a grid walk before we get underway here? So we get a look at these beautiful liveries, as always, something I always enjoy looking at. I hit the wrong button because I forgot my controls. But right now, drivers have some time to get their setups completed. It's going to get pretty chilly here at Misano. We saw 14C with EU, and we'll probably see something very similar, unless there's some, we'll say, heavenly hydration later on, but I didn't say that. But it is Dornelis on pole again, a very familiar position there for the Brazilian. Timothy Flonger joins him on that front row. Kenneth Portis searching for win number 2 here this evening. Could he do it? He's got a little bit of competition to pull through, and having Dornelis starting way up ahead of him is not what he wants. Wilson Fernandez joins him P4. Michael Landry, Jonathan Clifford, Austin Carpenter, Thomas Dagg, Frederick Boysford, and Chris Frizza are going to be your top 10 drivers. And it's William Noah and Ike Rowley, 2 drivers that we've seen pretty close to each other this season, starting 11th and 12th respectively. Lewis Campbell and Sam Raworth. Beautiful liveries from both of them. Of course, the Pink Pig classic Porsche livery for Mr. Raworth. Again, we'll see him later on in the broadcast here in the booth. It's Steven Hansen in P15, and Skylar Loverink with that qualifying ban is going to be starting from the back of the grid, but do not count him out. He is definitely a threat and a force to be reckoned with. So we'll see how high he can climb by the time that checkered flag falls. Ladies and gentlemen, we check back in. Just under a minute to go. Oh, hi, Charles. I didn't even know it was you. But no, we've got a little bit of time left before we get that parade lap going. And of course, I forgot about the Simrigs safety car. The BMW, of course, we've upgraded. I think last season we were in the Chevrolet. Swapped it up a little bit. And much like the mascots of our schools and sporting events, you never know who's driving the safety car. And even if you do, no, you don't. And safety car is on, so we're not going to have what we had one time where the safety car had some connection issues, was in the pit lane, had to restart that. That was a little bit of fun. But the final seconds have ticked away. Ladies and gentlemen, that means an hour and a half of racing here for North America Blue is just on the horizon as the sun itself dips below the horizon. And then after this, we will be heading on over to NA Red. We'll probably catch them right as they get into qualifying, maybe a little bit into it. But yeah, ready for some action here. Of course, Simon Bauer, a name we see plenty of, joining us here on the stream. Simon, congrats again on the win. You do realize that you can, like, go slower, right? Like, you don't have to, you know, gas. I get it's a Honda, you know, Japanese car, Euro beat. I get you, but, like, you could like, let someone else win for once. We had, it was back-to-back wins on the EU for their start. It was Rumbouts who took 1 and 2. And Bauer, of course, took first at Brands Hatch by a very big margin, 18 seconds. And then won just not too long ago, same track here, just a little bit over 20 seconds. So, yeah, if Sam Raworth was, if you're worried about him, you definitely have a lot to worry about here this season. But always glad to have the drivers from other splits popping on in here. We do have some drivers here. Kenneth Portis is actually one of them. He helps out with stewarding for NA Red, so he's going to be a little late to that, of course, but he'll be more than happy and willing to help out. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear from you guys. Who do you think is going to win here tonight? Dornelis is looking to add another win to the column. Possibly number 3. No, number 2, actually. It wasn't number 3. No, it was number 3. So it is number 3. Yeah, Dornelis looking for that 3rd win here. Portis still looking for his 2nd. Portis obviously winning at Paul Ricard. Same with Or Portis won a power card, and someone else won a power card. I need 2 notepads. I can't do 1. It doesn't work. Portis won the first round. Then it was Dornelis. Then it was Dornelis again. Everything's all messy. It's week 3. I keep thinking I don't have an extra win because the non-competitive round we had at Bathurst. But anyways, T-Mac, welcome in. Tommy Kogan as well. But ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Sam Rawl will be joining us later. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an hour and a half at Misano. Dornelis on pole, Flomger, Portis, Fernandez, Landry, your top 5. Clifford, Carpenter, Dag, Boisvert, Frizza, everybody else. It's green, as we go down into turn number 1. It's actually a really good getaway there for Flomger, but he does have the outside line. He is not going to have an advantage. And into turn 2, Dornelis shoots around the outside and holds on to that lead. The Mercedes there of Fernandez actually getting a really good jump on Portis up into P number 3 as he overtakes the Honda and is going to make his life quite difficult. It's been a very clean start here. Everyone slowly getting through this double apex right-hander. Definitely not easy. Chris Frizza on the inside there of Boisvert gets that position squarely done. You see the Porsche just right there of Landry looking down the inside of the Honda. Portis has really lost out at the start of this race, and the work he's putting in is actually being given right back to him as the Porsche goes a bit wide. There's Clifford looking for a move, what would be around the outside, but here at Misano, it is extremely difficult to make an overtake work. And look at Dornelis and Flomger. They've pulled away beautifully, have wasted absolutely no time in getting out there. Wilson Fernandez holding on to that third position rather, holding Portis back as much as he can. I'm sure Portis saw the race earlier in EU and saw just how dominant Bauer was and is trying to replicate it. Chris Frizza doing battle with Loverink as a dive comes in from William No. Down the inside, there is contact and another little bit of contact, but they both keep it together. Keep those cars pointed in the right direction. Thankfully, the Porsche not light enough yet on fuel, so it won't be trying to kill its driver anytime soon. There goes the Honda of Raulu, throwing it down the inside. Somehow gets the move done there. Avoids contact of Boisvert. Campbell as well, and Sam Raworth is staying ahead, and it looks like... Have we lost Loverink? Where is Loverink? Loverink's up in 9th already. That was fast. So despite the quali ban, because of those penalty points, 7 positions in a single lap. And we are only a minute and a half in. If he keeps this pace up, he is definitely going to be on top step of the podium, but of course things are never set in stone until that final flag. Dornelis. Let's take a look at the track map here just to see the gap that's already being pulled. So you can see the 19 there of Flomger and the 888 of Fernandez on the map, and also on screen you can see just how much of a gap there is. Jonathan Clifford got a little out of shape there on the exit, but thankfully was able to not lose all that much time from Landry and actually gained a little bit on Carpenter, it looked like. And just behind him, the Aston Martin of Thomas Dag, trying to find a red shell somewhere in there to take out that pesky little Porsche ahead, but no such luck just yet. You can see these cars just bouncing over the curbs like we talked about earlier, not only with this broadcast, but with the EU broadcast. It is just so crucial to know how much you can push here at Misano, just how much you can push one side of the car over that white line to try and gain as much time as possible. And you have those sausage curbs to really deter you from getting too ambitious. We did see several cars doing a little bit of rallycross earlier on, as we see the Honda there for Outlook just missing it. Yeah, track cuts are going to be very, very crucial to maintain here. Side by side there, No and Frizza. Job well done through the double left-hander. And it's Frizza having to run wide. No with a very quick bit of reaction to avoid the contact. He is on the inside as we go into this left-hander. It could be the advantage there for No. There's contact from Raulu onto Frizza. And that position redressed. It will be Boisvert who picks that up. Is more than happy to take a position away from someone who unfairly lost it. There's Sam Raworth as well. Oh, and there's Boisvert There's Boisvert around. What in the world was that? No, it's Campbell, actually. It's Campbell. What happened here? So he goes into the turn. Oh, just very quick snap of oversteer. He's lucky that it was such a large bit of runoff area for him to relax in. He's able to keep that one out of the wall, so he'll carry on from, well, a very, very far down position. But we're going to stay right here. Frederick Boisvert and William No, two Canadians doing battle. The pro driver, of course, not looking to be stuck behind an amateur class. He wants to make it an all-pro rated 1 through 9. William No will be more than happy to take a top 10 in the Porsche in the amateur class, mind you. But still a long way to go here this evening for North America Blue. Frederick Boisvert trying to find some little bits of opening, maybe get into the Porsche driver's head a little bit. Ooh, excuse me. That's something. Oh, they're right over the curb. So we talked about this in the EU broadcast, is that it is one of the things that I like to talk about when it comes to racing is the mental aspect of it. And one of the ways you can really get into someone's head is just sitting in their mirror. You know, basically say, hey, I see you're trying to put in laps that are faster than me, and I'm trying to put in laps that are faster than you. That's great. The problem is I'm not going anywhere. And for some drivers, that's just a little too much. They think, oh, all this work I'm putting in, it's all for nothing. And you end up losing your position at some point. But we're going to actually stay with this pack. Fernandez and Portis sort of pulling away, but it's Landry, Clifford, Carpenter, and Loverink. You see him just enter top of the screen there. So we'll see what kind of times these guys are putting in. Landry, we're going to see, crosses the line. We'll get a pretty good indication of lap time. 34.55 for Landry, 34.85 for Clifford, 34.61 Carpenter, Loverink 34.18. So Loverink already on a charge, and you can actually see him in the background right now as he's getting a little bit racy here already. Looks like we have lost a driver. And yeah, you can see Carpenter trying to use the strengths that the Porsche has. The BMW might not. Loverink. Again, you're going to be seeing this a lot. Drivers really pushing that corner and the final one to try and find a couple of extra milliseconds, a couple of extra meters. But how much you're willing to gamble is entirely dependent on the driver. Wilson Fernandez starting to feel the heat from Flomger. From Portis, rather. And if you're Portis, that's exactly what you want. You're sitting in the slipstream in a car that's already fast. And especially on some of these longer straights, as Wilson Fernandez misses his turn-in point, it looked like. And that gave Portis a chance to catch up, and you can see how much closer he is now. A lot closer than he was before, as Flomger darts out of screen, says, alright, I'm done with you guys. I'm going to go this way and try to chase down Portis. Fernandez just went right over those sausage curbs. There was no movement. That is great balance there, great suspension, and that does actually lose him the position because he did run onto the grass. So Portis promoted up into P3. He's got to hunt down Flomger, though. Task easier said than done. Austin Carpenter running it out wide right now, trying to hold back Loverink as best he can. And you can see the mirror there. You can see the gap Loverink has to Dag right now. It's pretty significant compared to what he has currently, with a posterior full of Porsche ahead of him. He's lagging all over the place. Classic Loverink. What else could you do? And there is Fernandez not giving up the fight as well. You saw it just up ahead. Not giving up that position quite easily. He is going to make Portis work to maintain it. And that is going to be quite difficult, especially over the next hour and 20 minutes. Loverink there. God, just getting a little bit loose. The tail end of that BMW not really cooperating as well as he would have liked. But yeah, hour 20 to go. Only 10 minutes in. This is one of the things that some drivers, especially those that are maybe new to the OR, haven't experienced in mini enduro, is they might lose a little bit of focus. They might start getting a little bored, a little bit sleepy at the wheel. And that can cause a whole heap of problems. But try to keep everybody sort of in the same bit of mindset of just get these laps done. Frederick Boisvert has not let up the pressure right now. William Know's done an amazing job of holding on to P10 for the moment. Boisvert wants to make it an all top 10 there for pro drivers as Raulu picks up 10 seconds for the that touch we saw earlier. And it looks like we've lost Henson, actually. That was the driver from earlier. Probably, I think, connection issues, it looks like. So, unfortunate. Oh, it's actually 15 seconds for Raulu. Excuse me. I think I said 10. But that is one thing that we'll have to be dealing with this race. Not only penalties from the race, from the stewards, but also drive-thrus. When you get that drive-thru, you only have a few laps to serve it. Hold on. It is Carpenter getting offline here. A little switcheroo, though, isn't going to give this position back up, and he is taking it away from Loverink. Handed it to him, but Loverink didn't see the fishing wire. It's yanked out of his hands. A beautiful bit of driving there from both of these guys. We'll probably see more of that later on. Of course, this is slowing them down, but it gives us a good bit of action to work on. Let's see, last lap, Dornelis at 33.7, Flomger at 34.0, 34.2 for Portis. Crosses the line at 33.83 for the Brazilian. 34.16 for Flomger at 34.37 for Portis. So Dornelis is looking strong here. Just at the start of this race. Again, still plenty of time for things to work out. I think we're going to be chilling a little bit here right now as Carpenter doing his best to pull away from that BMW. But as I was saying earlier with the drive-thrus, you only have 3 laps or so to serve it, and if you don't, you do get disqualified. I'm sure we've all gone into a public race at, oh, I don't know, let's say Spa, for example, and someone gets too many track cuts, and they got to serve a penalty, and they don't, and all of a sudden you see a DSQ next to someone's name, and they're done for that session. Well, hopefully we don't see the same thing here. These drivers very good at making sure they are not going further, or going a few laps more than what is allowed. We'll hop back here for P10. Frederick Boisvert, despite being what could be argued a far greater driver just because of that pro rating, is really struggling to get around this Porsche. Noah's last lap was a 34.83. Boisvert's a 34.86. So it's 3 thousandths. Man, Noah's really pushing it, trying to find anything. And again, for Boisvert, this is what you want. You want to just get ahead of your opponent, as we see a beautiful sunset there, as it's not the best line there for No, and he does have to concede the position. Frederick Boisvert has just made it a all-pro rated top 10 from 1st to 10th. It's just a bunch of white squares. There's a red square in there, but then it's the Pro-Ams of Frizza and Raulu, 12 and 13th, and then it's Raworth, Campbell, 14, 15, still in the amateur class. But for No, that's got to feel really good. He is leading the amateur class championship, and with the gap he has on Campbell right now, that is just going to add to it. No, currently 38 points up on Campbell, and this will surely stretch it out a little bit more. We look to the pro category, or the pro and also the overall category. Dornelis ahead of Portis. This win here tonight, if he can put it together, of course, will push him into the #1 spot. There's only that 5-point gap between Portis and Dornelis going into tonight's race. And from 1st to 3rd, that is definitely more than 5 points, unless we've changed up some numbers. And then Boisvert right now, has actually been promoted into pro. He was Pro-Am, I believe, last time. Same with Clifford. So my numbers are wrong. Apparently my Pro-Am scorekeeping was wrong, and I think I looked at the wrong row. But either way, Frederick Boisvert in the top 10. All pro drivers in that top 10. So now we just get to Well, back to this, really. And this is probably where we're going to stay for a good while until these pit stops come through. Still a long time before those actually happen. And you can see just how much closer Loverink is on the back. He's got to be careful. Doesn't want to make contact. You can feel him lifting a little bit into some of these corners. And he's almost going into the back there. There's almost contact. Thankfully, stands on the brakes. And just stays behind. Only a couple of tenths between these two. Carpenter's last lap, a 34.8 flat. Loverink, a 34.58. So it's 3/10 a lap quicker. But the problem is he can't get around because there's a physical object. And if science has taught me anything, two bits of matter cannot exist at the same point at the exact same time. So he's got to find a way around. Clifford just up ahead as well. Loverink trying to take the inside line here onto the backstretch. But the drive is not going to be there. As Carpenter pulls away. The slipstream, though, should be working in his favor. You can see just how much closer he is. He's got to be careful, especially through here. There's the touch. Loverink takes out the Porsche of Carpenter, who's around. Dag will slip through. And just too much speed to be handled. Boisvert will move up as well. William No does not get a piece of this. But for Loverink, that is not going to be good. Already riding that quali ban from earlier today. And I don't think that's going to look too good on his license. We'll see what the stewards decide from this one. And when that comes through, I'm sure we'll see it. I will probably see it before you guys do. Whew, man, sorry, I had to, like, cough up a storm. You ever get that piece of fuzz stuck in your throat and just doesn't move? Yeah, I had to deal with that. But while we have a nice lull in the action here as drivers just get ready for a pit stop and, you know, for inevitable penalties, if it's deemed as such. What are your thoughts about Misano? This is a track that I have historically struggled at. When I was in the Sprint Series and we had a race here, I did not do too hot. I've really struggled with this track a fair bit, and unfortunately, you know, that's just how it is for me. Some drivers absolutely love this track. Some drivers get a real kick out of the whole, you know, how much can I, you know, cut the track before I get dinged for it. For me personally, I've never really been able to find a rhythm or, you know, a groove or a car that I've really enjoyed driving here. It's sort of just a track I write off and say, all right, well, you know what? It's not really my thing. That's okay. And I get back out there and keep the ball rolling. Of course, we will have North American Red split later on this evening as Raulu gets a little bit loose there, able to wrangle that Honda down beautifully just up ahead Chris Frizza. So Loverink has picked up 15 seconds for that contact we just witnessed. Carpenter still, though, keeping every pro rated driver in the top 10. Oh, and the drive through, there it is. What we talked about earlier, it's going to be difficult to maintain your track position and not get a drive-through for your track cuts in Raulu. The first victim tonight. As a reminder, 3 laps to serve it before you get disqualified, and Raulu will have to serve the penalty if he does decide to pit. Now, here's the thing, you cannot serve your drive-through and get your car service at the same time. You either have to do your pit stop or you have to do your drive-through. And I'm sure for Raulu, he would like to do both, but is stuck having to do them separately. Simon Bauer saying, it's alright, took a bit of practice to get used to the lines again, but after that, surprisingly smooth. Brands Hatch was harder to stay consistent at. A night is what makes things tough here. Exactly, I'd say. Big draw of this track is night racing. I'm sure we've all seen the clip of, who was, I forget who it was, but it was in an Audi, and it was slick tires, the track was wet, the grass was wet, and it was, how many pirouettes? I can't even remember. It was quite a number of them. But so far, it's looking, well, not sunny, but the skies are at least remaining clear for the time being. For a lot of these drivers, that's very good news. It gets a little bit more treacherous in the rain, of course, but at night, I think it's a lot worse. It's a lot scarier. And Raulu's still going through the pit lane. That's the one thing with Misano that really is all about the give and take, about making sure that you're not, you know, pushing the car too much. The pit lane here is excruciatingly long. If you ever had to do a drive-through at Spa, you know what we're talking about. Paul Ricard even. Extremely long pit lane. And Misano, of course, following that. Alex Zanardi, DTM, oh yeah. But things have very, very much settled down here. After that explosive start and a couple of bumps here and there, things have settled in quite nicely. Dornelis still leading the field, 33.66 is his fastest lap. Timothy Flonger's best is only a 33.777, so maybe those digits going to bring him some luck this evening rather. Going to be tough though, with the gap currently almost 5.5 seconds to Dornelis. Again, not as bad as what we saw with EU with Simon Bauer, 21 seconds by the time checker flag fell. I'm not saying that's a little ridiculous. However, it is a little ridiculous. But they'll have a week to get sorted out for Snetterton, as will we here in the booth. Portis's best lap, 34.23. So only your drivers in positions 1 and 2 have a time under with the 133s. Or the 134s, excuse me. We did see Dornelis come in with that 32 during qualifying. 32.8. And I believe that was faster than Simon, but I could be wrong. Wilson Fernandez, the driver we're looking at right now, another set of gloves behind the wheel of the vacuum racing team. In P4, 34.052 is his best, which is 0.2 faster than Portis, but of course his lap pace isn't quite the same. Actually, that's a lie. Portis just did a 34.35. Wilson Fernandez a 34.07. So if he can keep that up, he could be right behind Portis very soon. And actually, it looks like that is just the case. Fernandez just under a second. Could all go down very quickly. Simon never driving at Snetterton. Yeah, someone else might win for once. I'm not bitter. Lewis Campbell having to do some damage control right now. He had a bit of a spin there at the start of this race. Running in P13 at the moment. You got Sam Rawert there in the picture. And Raulu somewhere beyond the fold. A lap down already. And a 15-second penalty. It's going to hurt. Kenneth Portis really starting to feel the pressure right now, as Fernandez got dangerously close to him. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. But it's opened that gap right back up. So we'll see what it is as the Mercedes driver going over those bumps. And what does the gap look like? 0.6 right now. And the last lap for Portis was still, again, 0.3. So Fernandez knows he has the pace. It's just a matter of finding the right spot to get around. It's very, very difficult to overtake here at Misano. These guys are going to show us just that. But for right now, Portis maintains a podium finish. It'll keep the gap as close as it can be to Dornelis if things were to end right here, right now, but of course we still have just over an hour to go. Then we got to do it all over again with North American Red. We'll see how that plays out. Simon, that's no excuse. You can hop in. That is absolutely no excuse. It's too late. Bro, I did broadcast commentary for special events at like 3 in the morning. There is no such thing as too late for commentary. Ever seen the 24-hour events? Le Mans, Nürburgring, Spa? They're up all night. But no, you've definitely had a long day. Get your rest. Goes for everybody. Make sure you get enough sleep. Please and thank you. I'm always surprised when I wake up and I barely get any sleep and I'm like, why am I so grouchy? And it's like, oh, that's right, because I got like 4 hours of sleep last night and I can't feel my face. That's no bueno. William, no. Having some issues with Frizza right now. Frizza's last lap, a 35.6 and a 36.1 for no, so he's still holding on to maybe the P11, but with Frizza behind him, hunting him down. I'm not certain how long that's going to last. 4 tenths right now, half a second or so is the gap. In the last lap, William No puts in a 36.117. Frizza the 35.52.2. It's a tall order for William No to fill. And it's looking like the register might be a little bit short on change. But for right now, carries on pretty well, all things considered. It's, although as I say that, Frizza, a little bit better exit. So we'll be pulling in quite nicely. And you can see the rear view mirror, quote unquote, there of Frizza about middle of the screen. There is nobody behind him, no lights, no nothing. He doesn't have to worry about anything. 26 seconds is the gap to Campbell. So all he has to worry about right now is getting around this Porsche and trying to make something stick here. This corner, we've seen a couple of drivers go for moves in races past. Frizza thought about adding his name to the list, but realized not really close enough to get the job done. Loverig into the pit lane. Very surprising. Very early stop, too. Perhaps looking to get this penalty cleared. And then get some clean air and try to pick up some positions later on. So William No will grab another position here. As will Frizza. The battle continues. Subsides for a little bit, but that is just what happens here in the OOR. Your battles will have some clashing moments and then everyone will go back to their corners, refresh and revitalize and try to come back once more. No's last lap only a 10th slower. So Frizza not quite taking as big of a gulp as he did the last time out of William No's pace. But it is going to take quite a lot to keep things from going south for the Canadian. There you see again just how much can these drivers really take out of the track before they get dinged for. We can't quite see the number of warnings that William No has. If I go over to the basic HUD, you can't see it. You can see his pace, you can see the gap, you can see what he's got on for tires, you can see that his lights are on, you can see the weather, and you can see his gear shifts, you can see his speed, his traction control, ABS, engine map as well there. Some useful information on screen. And Loverig is out of the pits, comes out in the way back, or actually in the middle of the pack rather, behind the 999, a Clifford. Driver that we have not seen all too much of this evening as he's just been doing his thing. We go back here. Once again, William No finding some time over Frizza. This is very good. 2/10 now, so it looks like the Canadian starting to find his stride a little bit. Can he convert that into something greater? Maybe a 9 or an 8 possibly? Who knows? We'll pretend like Lovering's going for Clifford. Lovering, though, 2 laps down this early on is not what you want. He does flash the headlights, so he knows that he has a little bit more pace. Of course, being blue flagged, or if Lovering gets around, he will be blue flagged. Drivers obviously can discuss this in the voice chat that they're in. They can say, hey, you know, I'm faster than you. Is it okay if I pass? I've had it happen to me when I was in sprint. And it looks like Jonathan Clifford may be doing the same thing, or maybe is just going to keep going. Not really bother. Loverink maybe getting a little impatient, firing it down the inside here. And we'll get the overtake done. So yeah, maybe the driver's in agreement, although I thought there might have been a little bit of a switchback, but not so. Carpenter into the pit lane. So he's going to get about half an hour on this set, and he's going to do another 60 or so minutes of driving before he decides to cross the start-finish line. Lovering has to be careful, though, because he does not want to hold up Clifford, and Clifford doesn't want to cop a penalty. So Lovering, a lot of work to try and get ahead of the pack. Raulu in the pit lane as well. Has 15 seconds to serve. So that's going to be added on for those of you that maybe aren't all too aware of pit stops and how they work. So on its own, tires and fuel is 30 seconds. Both will happen simultaneously unless a server owner decides to dictate otherwise. But in general, 30 seconds. 30 seconds is what you're going to be working with. Of course, if you want to fix damage, suspension, or brakes, that's going to add some more time on. But with these penalties, what will happen is you'll go through your standard 30-second pit stop, or whatever it may be. We'll see, 30 seconds for the sake of argument. And then you'll be stuck there for, in Raulu's case, another 15 seconds before they let you work. And that kind of, it's not really a general thing or a baseline rule across racing leagues. Some will allow you to work on the car first and then serve the penalty. Others will say you have to serve the penalty and then you get to work on it. We saw it in the Bathurst 12-hour, the IRL one, of course. Things happening like that, where drivers would get held in the pits and then the crews would get to work after the stopwatch was ticked enough. Drive-through for William No. Another drive-through getting picked up. So again, 3 laps to serve this, or else it'll be a disqualification. And well, disqualification would not really be the best move here. And an hour, or just under an hour to go, makes you wonder how much of an impact is that going to have on these drivers. How far back are they going to go? Maybe a bit farther, of course, because you have the pit stop to do as well. We'll check back up here with Kenneth Portis. Last lap, a 34.66 for Fernandez, a 34.38. So he's taking time out, but the problem is he's not converting it into an overtake. If I had to bet on it, probably getting very close and then just having to back out, and that will just reset all the progress. William No in the pit there for that drive-through. But we'll see. We'll see what difference Fernandez's driving has compared to Portis. Trying to find a little bit of pace, and again, the Honda so quick. One of the strongest cars on the grid, of course. I wonder if we'll be seeing some changes to it in the next patch, whenever that comes out, or before the very last content update of the game. I know the devs said once they get this GT2 pack out, they're going to focus all resources on AC2, despite the fact that this game is known as AC2. If you hover over it on the taskbar, it will say AC2, so I'm wondering what's happening. I'm excited to see what they've got. But for right now, we will stick with the beautiful little ACC we have here on display. A 3508 Portis 35005 for Fernandez. And that was because he had to let off the throttle a little bit, stand on the brakes a bit more. Lose a little bit more time. These two carry on. William, no. Despite the drive-through, pops out in P10. He's got Campbell and Raworth behind. So the three amateur class drivers battling it out, of course. Last time out, it was no Campbell and Raducanu. Raducanu not here, of course, so Raworth will take his play. They both begin with R. It's pretty close. So if it stays as such, it'll be basically last week's podium, but just a different name there. If we actually look back to Paul Ricard, that first round, it was Toribio, no, and Raworth. The second round, it was no Toribio and Raworth again. So William No already has a win in the amateur class category. Campbell and Raworth looking for their first. And then last week, it was again no Campbell and Raducanu. But they will all have to pit at some point. Campbell going wide there. Really the best. Kenneth Portis. The situation hangs in the balance. 34.96. It's a very good time, but the problem is Fernandez goes a little bit quicker. 34.88. Seems like every little bit of road that he finds, there's just a pesky little Honda road bump in the way. Simon, yeah, it did get nerfed, but it's still pretty strong in my opinion. I think it's still one of the better cars on the grid. Fernandez really running these gears high as much as he can. Later on the brakes, I thought for a moment he was going to go for a little switcheroo. There was a little too much pace there. So he'll have to slot back into position again. He just seems to be in this position. A little bit of Groundhog's Day for him, it seems. And just like that, he's right back at it again. So it seems like he just fails to find a way around, because by the time he gets close enough for a move, it's already too late. Strong-ish, but balanced by difficulty and tire wear, not good in endurance. Another reason why Bentley Master Race. Don't at me. We continue to sit here. The battle for P3. Check with Dornelis, see what the gap is like right now. That is Sam Raworth, so he is already making his way around the field. Timothy Flomger, no man's land right now. He probably just saw his fellow Porsche dip around the corner. Now he's chasing around, seeing if he's going to Grandma's house. And then it's Portis still having to deal with Fernandez. He can't really focus on the car ahead right now because he needs to make sure that he's putting enough resources into this defense. Fernandez, slightly different line. Looks like he tried to get a straighter exit, misjudged it a little bit. Well, there goes Portis off once more. A move that he's been doing, the same song and dance, the same shebang, lap after lap after lap, and I don't think we're done just yet. Fernandez getting very close there. Not quite close enough, right on the bumper. I'm sure Portis maybe checking his mirrors a little bit more than he should quite getting nervous, not quite getting spooked off his line, of course. This guy has shown that he is a force to be reckoned with, not just here this season, but seasons past. Trying to keep that success flowing. At the moment, though, it's Dornelis on track to win his third race, and if he does, it would be 3 in a row, which would be quite impressive, if I do say so myself. Not like I've ever done that. I'm just good at driving a car and not crashing that much, sort of. We also have in EU, we had Rumbouts taking race 1 and race 2, and then for race 3, or race 1 and 2 at Power Card, week 2 at Brands Hatch, and then 3 obviously here at Misano. Simon Bauer's looking for 3 in a row. Simon will have a chance next week at Centerton. Like he said earlier, it's not one that he's raced a lot, so it'll be interesting to see what happens, but I wouldn't be too surprised if a exciting thing happened. I won't say what it is, of course. I know the powers that have been bestowed upon me by the commentary booth. I know when and when not to use them. Track's gonna get slippery now it's completely dark. Yep. That's the thing, this lower temperature, it's gonna make grip a lot more difficult. Look at Fernandez! Lot of speed there on the back straight, right on the rear bumper there, the 84, taking advice from the underside of the wing and not touching that thing. Incredible stuff. Not giving up the hunt just yet. Late on the brakes. It looks like he just missed it. And that's the thing with following a car here. Not just here at Misano, but any track, your brake markers, you don't really know where they are. You've got some beautiful piece of machinery in front of you blocking it. So you start going based off of feel. Maybe lift a bit more. But to answer the question, yeah, I believe the GT2 pack will be the last content update for this game before they start working on AC2. I don't think it'll be the last one. I could be wrong. I don't know if they'll do more after that. But from what I've heard that once the GT2 pack is out, of course, they're going to work on the sequel to Assetto Corsa. And then after they develop it, maybe they come back, a little bit more content. I want to see a couple of tracks get added. Of course, that maybe there's some more tracks that the GT World Challenge races at in the future. Of course, this game is endorsed by the official GT World Challenge. Drivers do use it to practice, and kudos to the developers have had a lot of communication with drivers, with teams, manufacturers to try to make this as accurate as humanly possible. As Frizza into the pit lane, so we'll see where he gets spat out. But I'm excited for all the changes coming up. A lot of news, of course, in the sim racing sphere. Rensport just had their event recently with ESL. Very fun to watch. I can't wait to hopefully get a beta key. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You should, I'm here, you know me, it's Legion 2K. Listen, Fernandez into the pit. So, Fernandez, is he going for the undercut? That's the big question. Does Portis pit now, or does he just stay out and keep going? Try to build that gap back up and make up the time. Lewis Campbell in the pit as well. So things are going to get shaken up a little bit. We'll sit here with Thomas Dag. He's got Frederick Boisvert behind him. The battle for P7. And sure to be P6 as they come on through, and they'll pass by Fernandez. And in French, I believe that would be bonjour or salut. And then they leave, au revoir. A bientôt? Would that also, well, maybe. we'll leave my French on the side. My French is pretty bad, but we're getting there. So yeah, the pit stops, of course, will shake things up a fair bit. Depending on where some of these drivers come out, Ike Raulu getting that blue flag has to let Dag through. And he'll have to also let the McLaren through as well. Hopefully able to get out of the way quickly. There it is, and that battle can continue. Wilson Fernandez just getting to the edge of pit lane. Now, we saw it in EU. We had some drivers getting penalties for speeding in the pit lane, it seemed like. And the thing is some drivers, if we get another shot of someone going into the pits, actually perfect. Kenneth Portis into the pit lane. So yes, it is Fernandez going for the undercut. There's Raworth entering as well. We'll check back in with these guys, but I'll show you what I'm trying to hint at earlier, or what I said in just an earlier bit of time. Yeah, Kenneth Portis. So we looked at Wilson Fernandez. We're going to see where he pops out. We're going to see where he ends up. Does the undercut work? We saw it last time out at Brands Hatch. The undercut to end all undercuts, I believe, as he got a third place finish. It was incredible stuff to watch. Timed it. You couldn't have made it more perfect if you tried. But Portis still waiting for that car to get its tires changed, get some fuel. Of course it is happening, but pit crews are not fully animated for anyone that isn't the driver. I believe that was for resource management. I think earlier on in the game's lifetime, that was a feature where you had all of the pit crews. You could see all of them, but people complained about performance, as this game kind of was a bad idea in performance. So you saw the green light there, and you saw the little sewer grate. That is what I believe was catching some drivers out before. They were not expecting that. They thought that might have been the line for the pit exit, but it's actually right here. And this might actually have been a master call by Fernandez. And it is Fernandez again. He did it last week at Brands Hatch, had the perfect undercut, and he does it 2 weeks in a row. Mr. Fernandez seems like a Brazilian superstar in his own right. Take a bow. Incredible planning from him, as he goes up into P7, finally ahead of Portis, something that he's been waiting on for quite a while now. William No in the pit lane. Man, Fernandez must have some super brain, able to calculate exactly when he needs to go in and bank on his opponent as well. Great stuff. Clifford as well, deciding now's the time. Just a little under halfway to go here at Misano for this first split. North America Blue. Of course, at the end of this race, we're not going to be done tonight. We've got one more race to do. That's going to be for North America Red, and that's going to be a little bit bigger of a grid, and I'm sure that'll cause some chaos. We have 19 drivers, so a couple more. There was also a quali ban in here somewhere for one of the drivers, who I don't believe is participating tonight. No, it doesn't look like it, but yeah, again, we've had some qualification bans for excuse me, for penalties. Oh no, it's actually this one. It was Moore, driver 452, who is unfortunately not here tonight and did have that quali ban. I'm sure he's busy tonight. We've had some scheduling errors, and especially with these mini enduros, they're always quite taxing. Michael Landry into the pit lane this time around. Flomger Dornelis staying out. Dornelis has done an incredible job, still holding that 33.66 fastest lap. Flomger still holding on to a 33.77, so I don't think we'll be getting any faster from here on out. 14 degrees Celsius. Ambient and trackside, a 12-kilometer wind, tailwind. So pushing the cars a little bit forward, and as they get onto the backstretch, it is a headwind. You think 12 kilometers is not that bad, you're right, but in racing, it can be everything. Thomas Dagg, Frederick Boisvert as well into the pit lane. Looks like the Boisvert mirroring the Aston Martin, trying to make up some time. We'll see if Boisvert maybe gets a better pit stop comparatively. And there it is, your race leader in the pit as well. That leaves Flomger to either mirror or continue on, and he is going to opt to continue. Michael Landry's out. Thomas Dagg gets out ahead of Boisvert. Of course he does. But a lot closer now is his fellow Canadian. Boisvert, what power-up do you think your opponent has in front of you? back out on track once again. So fresh tires. It's going to take a little bit longer for those to warm up, of course, because of the lower temperatures, because of the nighttime. That is one thing you do see slight differences in setups from day to night. One such thing being brake ducts. Normally most drivers keep those quite open, but because of the lower temperatures, because of the lack of sunshine, they need to close those up a bit. So that way they're able to keep heat in those brakes. If your brakes are not heated properly, well, you're not going to be braking properly. Sort of like how if your tires are under temperature, they're not going to grip as much. But we should see some tires coming up the temp soon enough. Of course, Landry out of the pits. Dornelis as well. 2 and 3 for the vacuum racing boys. Although quite a ways ahead is Dornelis. We'll see if Flomger goes into the pit lane here. Does he try to build the gap? No, he's going into the pit lane. He's got to be very careful, really sending it in there. That is the one thing I do enjoy about Misano's pit lane, is you can really just send her in. So there goes Flomger. Dornelis making his way through Sector 3. Or sorry, getting into Sector 3 rather. I got my corners mixed up. But by the time he comes back around, ideally, Flomger will still be in the pit lane or just starting to get towards the exit. Let's look here. Lewis Campbell, William No. The battle for P12 just up ahead is the Honda of Portis. And it looks like Campbell using everything in the tank. I want to ask who Bagman is, but I feel like that'd be a questionable thing. But what isn't questionable, or it is questionable rather, is that line, is William No just slips on through, no problems at all. Overtakes the lead in the amateur class battle. Timothy Flomger is out of the pit lane. Oh, he's very slow on that pit limiter kill. Does he come out ahead? No, he doesn't. He is behind Dornelis. Let's see where Dornelis is at. Oh my god. Well, there you have it. Dornelis, the number 3, the triangle. Quite a ways up. And there's Sam Raworth picking up a drive-through. Like we said earlier, it's the track limits that are really going to separate the good drivers from the great drivers. How much do you want to drive on the edge before the game eventually has the opportunity to penalize you? It's a strange balancing act. That's one that we thoroughly enjoy watching. What we enjoy watching right now is Thomas Dagg doing what he can to pull away from Frederick Boisvert. The 177 Aston Martin running in position number 7 at the moment, and position 8 for the 1.8. So if they stay like this, well, it might make some sense. Both their car numbers ending with their positions. Let's see, Thomas Dagg's last lap at 35.5. 35.22 for Boisvert. 3/10. And he's only 0.6 behind. So could this be a move being done in the next couple of laps, or will it just sort of sit there and stew for a little bit? Something that we'll have to find out. Very interesting to watch just how these drivers handle this sort of pressure. You know, it's like we talked about, it's getting in your opponent's head and just sitting there. Just sitting in behind them. Taking up all that mirror space. Of course they know that no one else is really in the picture, but the beauty of it is that if you can just get in the mental, get in your opponent's head, you can make them have a mistake. You do see right now, there's Boisvert just chilling there. Sort of kicking his feet up a little bit, saying, no, Thomas. I'm not going to go for a move, of course. What are you talking about? Maybe get Dag into a little bit of complacency. That is what could kill this P7. Welcome, Marvel Racing. Bigger grid here. What can be done to achieve this? Well, it's just driver attendance, real-life things getting in the way. Normally we have a grid of 34 is how many drivers we have registered in blue split, and in red split we have 31. We're expected to have 19 drivers in the next half an hour or so for the next race, but these all these drivers, of course, have lives outside of sim racing. I'm not just saying that all of us do. And, well, we just do what we can. Try to get as much going. And we've had a lot of action at the start, and then we've had some peaks and valleys, of course. Just little things here and there. But right now, it's Skylar Loverink, who is in a bit of a scarier situation than Thomas Dag is. The battles for these positions continuing on. Let's see what the times are across the line. Loverink, 35.46, 35.70, or 35.37 for Carpenter. So a little bit of time being taken out of the BMW, but not enough to write home about. Austin Carpenter, you see how much he's just cutting that corner there. But yeah, Marvel, we've got in the Discord, if you're part of the Sprint Series and you're part of the proper channels, you will get to see the attendance sheets. I, of course, get to as well, having raced in the Sprint Series. And, of course, it's a lot easier when you're a commentator broadcaster. You get to see everything. Well, not everything. But, yeah. Again, just scheduling things, and some drivers not really feeling too confident at Misano, and especially in, again, these mini enduros. There's a lot of time on track, and it gets to some people. Oh, you're in split yellow. Oh, interesting. Well, good morning? Good afternoon? I don't know what time it is where you are, but wherever you are, thank you for joining us, of course. Glad to have you, as always. It's always good to see the OOR community coming together for these events, whether it's the Sprint Series, the F1 races that we hold, or the special events. Great to see all the support, especially from those maybe outside of the community. If you've got friends who are into sim racing and they're looking for something a little bit more organized, something a little bit more good than a pub race, make sure you send them on over to AC or onto the OOR Discord. Make sure you send them on over to octaneonlineracing.com.au. Keep in mind those loading times. If you're in North America, that site takes a while. Not complaining, I'm just making a statement. It does take a while because I got to connect all the way down to Australia. It takes a long time. But we've got plenty of series to work with. If you're wanting to do something like this, going through the rookie series is where you got to do it. It will bring you on through if we deem you as satisfactory. And then from there, well, you can take your pick of what you want. But almost 4,500 members. Shout outs to all of those amazing people. 1 p.m. in Melbourne. Free commentating, thank you. It's what I do. Who knows? Maybe I'll be coming out of your TV screens someday. Maybe not F1, but maybe another series. IndyCar I'd be happy with. IMSA. NASCAR. V8 supercars, if they ever commit that sin of letting an American know. Who knows? Maybe for the super trucks, that'd be kind of cool. Or the super utes. Oof. A lot of great series down there, I must say. A lot of incredible stuff. Lewis Campbell. What in the world is happening here? Hold on. What is going on? Oh, that must be Clifford in front of him. Ah, it is, yes. Jonathan Clifford. What a guy. What a journey of growth he's had here in OOR. It's incredible to see. Huge fan of it. And continues to be a regular attendee of these races. Even if it might be a track he's not too confident on, he always comes out and gives us quite the showing. Speaking of showing, Renato Dornelis. 31.60 or 33.61, still that fastest. Running it within the 33s though, so it's a high 33, but it's a 33 nonetheless. 14, I think almost 15 seconds is the gap he's working with. Yeah, almost 15 seconds. Could we see the same sort of finish as we saw with a certain German driver? Who knows? And keep in mind, some of these drivers may have to pit or might be fuel saving quite heavily to try to get through this race on one set of tires and one tank of fuel. It's not the easiest thing to do, especially when you're trying to maximize the amount of points you get out of this. They continue on. Another lap here over those sausages as much as they dare. Let's check. Loverink. 35.58, 35.78 for Carpenter. 2/10. That's huge. And he just can't seem to gain the time back. He, say, maybe 2/10 down a lap as he runs wide. 2/10 slower a lap, and then he's maybe 4/10, and then gets right back to where he was, and then it's another 2/10, and so on and so on. It's difficult. And watch that 5:02 later. Oh yeah, the number 502 of North American Red. I wonder who that could be. Huh? Let's take a look. Ah, Lanham. Now, why would we mention that? Let's check back up here with Dag though. Has had Boisvert just sitting there on his rear wing, just looking him dead in the eye, saying, I'm waiting for you. I know you're going to make a mistake. Dag's last lap, of course, 34.71, 34.69 for Boisvert. So a couple of hundredths rather between them, but not enough to really put a dent in the Aston Martin, both physically or mentally or emotionally. Of course, Dag, very consistent driver. Boisvert as well, really making a name for himself here in the Sprint Series. We love to see it. So half an hour to go. We're 2/3 through this race, and we are not done yet tonight. We'll have one more race after this. It'll be North American Red, their hour-and-a-half race here at Misano. 19 drivers in attendance, or marked for attendance there. I think we'll be catching them partially through qualifying, or maybe in free practice. I know that Kenneth Portis, who currently runs in P4 at the moment, is stewarding that race, so he's going to be a little late. He mentioned that in certain chat rooms in the Sprint Series category on Discord. So a few minutes late. We'll probably push things around a little bit, but I don't think these drivers are going to mind all too much once we get to that point. Number 1 and number 2 have enough fuel to get to the end. I am not certain. Whew. Nope, no sneeze. Great, thanks. No, I don't know. Dornelis and Flomger, I mean, they have to be playing the lift game. There's no way. And I ain't talking about gains, but it's going to be, like we said, it's very difficult. 50-plus laps on a single tank with a single set of tires, that's rough. Would I be surprised if they did? No. I would not. And yeah, the exhaust pipes of some of these cars, especially the Porsche, look amazing in the dark. All the heat coming out of these engines. Imagine this game with mechanical failures. Oh boy, that would be something. Running up front, all of a sudden, bang, there goes a... Actually, there's no Subaru, so it wouldn't be a head gasket at the very least. That's a plus. But AMS2 does that, I believe. But look at Thomas Dag. Really, even if Frederick Boisvert is just a little bit close, he never lets that deter him, never lets that phase him. Dag, nerves of steel right now for P7. And then Loverink is behind, having to deal with Carpenter. We're going to take a look at this, actually. Last lap for Loverank, that 35.13 and a 35.43 for Carpenter. And we see a lot of this sort of back and forth tug of war, push and pull. Gain time here, lose it over there, gain it back, lose it. It's sort of a Sisyphus type of deal. And how you handle that is going to determine your success at a race. Thomas Stagg, though, still 3/10, still holds that 3/10 gap, and for him, that's really all he needs to keep this position for now. Excellent job, and still 25 minutes to go, though. Still a lot of time. It's gonna feel like 25 years, maybe. Especially Dornelis. It depends on when he gets back to that timing line following the last lap. Is he slow enough to maybe by the time final lap rolls around, that'll be it? Or will he have to do one more? I know Simon Bauer, we had one extra lap following him crossing that final timing line. But yeah, it's really 7 and 8 and then 9 and 10 that we're looking at. You just saw Dag and Boisvert exit just around the wall there. This is really where the battles are at. Everyone else is just off doing their own thing right now. Dornelis just slipping into the 34s. Baumgart taking a couple of tenths, though, out of him. A little bit each lap. Wilson Fernandez also in the 34s. Same with Michael Landry. We're getting to those last two, Fernandez, Landry. That's high 34s. High 34s. Same with Clifford, just did a 34.9. After sitting in 35s for quite a while. And then everyone else is running 35s. 34 lap from Portis there down in P10. Did he pit earlier? Yeah, he did pit. William No in the 35s, very high 35. Lewis Campbell having a little bit of problems out there. 39.4 has not really been his best. Sam Raworth, 38.2. We've just lost somebody. Who did we just lose? We just lost Portis. Kenneth Portis has left the server, parked the car up. Not certain what that is. Might have been a connection issue. We'll see if... Actually, I'll see if he's... put something in one of the chat rooms. I'm not certain, though. It doesn't look like he hasn't updated anything yet. Yeah, no, it's, we wait. I'm sure he'll put something in there if there is a reason. If not, he's probably just getting ready for North America Red. Some wait. Oh, there he is. He's back. It appears as though it may have been a connection error. He is down there. P13 at the moment. And if you're Portis, that is a terrible, terrible place to be. Because that 5-point gap, what could have been maybe, you know, a few points towards your opponent is now going to be quite a lot toward that same opponent. And that is going to change things wildly. Only about halfway through the season, though. There is time to pull things back, and I do believe we are going to be running those 3 finalist rounds. I assume we'll probably combine red and blue together to fill up the grid, and that's going to be exciting. There'll be some of the best drivers in North America coming in together under one roof for some sprint action. One such driver I'm looking forward to, of course, Hamza Golzar. I mean, I've talked about him so much. All that he's done and just how amazingly good he is at the game. Love you, bud. Keep it up. And there's Portis down P15. He's going to be hurting quite badly from that. Boisvert, I think he had a run there. Tries the over-under. It doesn't work out. Dag holding strong onto P6 now. Skylar Loverank, let's take a peek. What's going on? Bit of a better situation there for the American compared to the Canadian. Thomas Stagg. It looks like Boisvert might be getting in his head a little bit. perhaps not as planted as he once thought. And again, this is what we're talking about. All those just getting in someone's head, just sitting there in their rear view and not giving them a chance to rub their eyes a bit. No, I think we may have an update. He got disconnected. That is definitely an F from me. There's always an issue. The internet, always, someone somewhere is getting a bit messed over by that, and it always sucks, of course, in the OOR. He is on track, thankfully, but it is not going to be too fun. All the way down there, several laps down, 3 laps to be exact. So his chances of at least keeping the championship battle close have just gone out the window. By next week, of course, we'll have updates on these standings. We'll give you all of the juicy details on that front. And we'll see how that shapes up the championship, not just overall, but for pros, for pro-ams, and the amateur class. Right now, William No will be adding on to his lead. Campbell, though, right behind in P12. So No will have a bit more breathing room into Snetterton, but it's going to be up to him to maintain that. Boisvert as well is losing out right now. I believe will be overtaken by Clifford by race end, unless he can get around Thomas Dagg and maybe stop some of the bleeding there in the pro category. I keep thinking they're pro-am. They're not. They're pros. I might have to double check everything. And again, because half the grid isn't present, it really shakes things up a lot. Only 2 pro-ams, Frizza and Raulu. I need to see this. I need to see Portis cross the line. Okay, 3-minute 54. That was going to be a 48-minute time, like the safety car. So Thomas Dagg, Frederick Boisvert, Skylar Loverink, Austin Carpenter, the 2 battles that we're really holding on to. And there is Campbell as well, who is blue flagged. Having to let these guys through. Campbell a lap down. Frizza No as well. So from 1st to 9th, only drivers on a lead lap. Portis was looking to make it an all-pro top 10, but unfortunately, because of that disconnect, that has given Frizza a top 10 finish, should he just stay where he is. William No quite a ways back, so Frizza just has to keep his head down, keep the ball rolling for another 18 minutes, and he'll be home free with a top 10 finish. And if you're Frizza, that's very good news. Skylar Loverink, try as he might right now, can't really get the distance he needs. His last lap was only 7/100ths faster than Carpenter, but compared to how many laps Carpenter's had a bit of an advantage, it's not really gonna matter all too much. Thomas Dagg still with Frederick Boisvert behind, and there's Kenneth Portis just sitting in the back, giving us a little bit of an extra spectator camera should we need it. Thomas Dagg did lose out faster lap by a couple of tenths, and he's going to lose out on a faster lap by a couple of hundredths, 500ths just about. Boisvert still a lot of work to do though, and the clock is ticking. He's running out of time, but maybe this is all part of the plan, playing the longest game. Just trying to get into Dagg's head. Trying to give him a little bit of pressure. And he's giving it just there, right along, so right up the tailpipe. And you can see on the screen that's obscured by that little bit of safety netting. That is Kenneth Portis behind in the Honda. You can see how close he is. You can see some of those auxiliary lights there on the grill, just poking its way into view. Frederick Boisvert, despite having a car that realistically should be faster in this section, is struggling to keep up, even in the slipstream. He's later on the brakes, and way to the outside he goes. Comes back onto the circuit. Tries to get a line that he can work with, but it isn't going to work out all too well. And as I say that, Thomas Dagg doesn't get the exit he's looking for. And he continues on in P6. Obviously, the lap time from Frederick Boisvert is going to be slower, 3/10 slower, in fact, because of that track excursion. Whether he picked up a track cut is beyond me, but we can only speculate right now. And he is coming under attack from Portis, although it won't really matter all too much unless Portis can work something out with both of these guys. But he doesn't want to hold up their battle, because that could cause a whole heap of issues later on. And to be honest, that is sort of the last place you want to be. Skylar Loverink, though, has really done an excellent job. Pulls out a little over a second to Carpenter. He was 4/10 faster on the last lap, so I'm wondering if Carpenter maybe, quite possibly, went just a little too wide somewhere and lost a good bit of time. Michael Landry with a drive-through. Track limits claiming another victim. Where is Clifford? There he is. Jonathan Clifford breezes on by him up into P4. He's going to be very happy about that one. Thomas Dagg is a long way back and having to do some defensive driving, but if I'm not mistaken, he should be able... No, he won't, actually. Okay. Landry a lot further along in pit lane than expected, so he'll only lose a position to the American 999 of Clifford. Thomas Dagg, though, crosses the line, remains 6th position. Frederick Boisvert 7th. Skylar Loverink, despite having a second up, has lost a couple tenths. Again, Portis, he can't really do all too much. He's already in last. It's going to be a night that he surely does not want to remember, especially with the disconnect. But continuing on, and just up ahead is the Porsche. That can't be Thomas Dagg. No, that must be, is that no? Is that no? No, it's not. Is that Dagg or Landry? No, it's not Landry. Oh my god, it's Landry. Landry is getting roped into this because of that drive-through. It's not what he wants. Now he's in a position where he wasn't just a lap prior. But if these two are going to continue to battle, that's going to be very good for him, because that'll give him a chance to pull away and open up the gap that he had before. And we'll see what his pace is like as well. Of course, last lap, not really indicative. This is a 1:45.32 because of the drive-through across the line. A 1:55. Oh yes, because he finished the lap in the pit lane and started the next lap in the pit lane. So we'll give it one more. One more lap to see what the true pace is like. Skylar Loverink is looking like a little bit of an ice rink right now, as all that time is slipping away from him. Austin Carpenter, much like Frederick Boisvert, just sitting there and waiting. Dagg and Boisvert, of course, both from Canada. Loverink and Carpenter, both from America. So the tale of two separate battles of two separate countrymen continues on here at Misano. Michael Landry getting dragged into this Canadian battle as he's pulling up on William No. Not the place he wants to be. William No must be looking in that mirror and just is terrified as to what he sees behind him. A bunch of white numbers that are a lot faster than he. As he goes wide, he loses it. He comes back onto the circuit. Oh my goodness, that was extremely close to taking out Landry. That could have been disastrous. I don't want to know how close he was. I thought for sure he was going to nail him right in the side. But not quite. 35.9. Landry half a second down on Dag. And you have to assume that was because of the flailing no. So good on him to keep it going here. Sam Raworth with Raulu. So position 13. Let's see. Raworth's last lap at 36.6. Raulu at 36.4. So 2/10. My co-commentator here right now holding on to P13, albeit by a nose. It's right on board. You'll be in the passenger seat of Boisvert's number 18 McLaren. You see Landry there just ahead, and then a little bit closer in the foreground, Thomas Dag. Both of these drivers experimenting with different lines, trying to find a little bit of an advantage, but not quite. And you can see there on the little screen just beside that safety netting is the headlights of Skylar Lovrink. Or sorry, not Skylar Lovrink, Kenneth Portis. As Boisvert is getting a little bit impatient right now. He's got to be careful not to make contact. Has to be careful, doesn't spin Dag out. That would spell disaster. That would give him a penalty, and at this point, not what you need. Granted, the gap right now to Lovrink quite significant. Austin Carpenter as well in a similar position. Time has ticked under 10 minutes. It's going to be do or die soon enough. And you do not want to be behind at the line. Boisvert pulling back. Now he's going to bide his time. Wait for the opportunity to present itself, but hopefully an opportunity that isn't just smoke and mirrors. Hopefully no David Blaine. Maybe something more insane. Skylar Lovrink as well. Having to hold on. Has a gap though. So for him that's very, very good. Exactly what he wants. But if this isn't something that we're going to be watching a lot of, Frederick Boisvert, I think he's a lot closer now. No! What is, oh, he missed a shift! He must have missed a downshift, an upshift, something. Because now he's just fallen almost 2 seconds back to Thomas Dag. That is, he was doing so well, he may have just spooked himself off screen when I wasn't looking. That is absolutely heartbreaking for him. So now he's got to do it all over again, and he's only got 7.5 minutes. Is that going to be enough? That's really the big question here. Can he hope for a miracle? Before the checkered flag, I don't know. It's going to take a little bit of something from the great beyond. So now we focus on Lovrink. It looks like Raworth has lost the position to Raulu. Yeah, he has. That gap is already quite significant. Frederick Boisvert as well. With Kenneth Portis behind. Portis, of course, not posing much of a threat. Being a few laps down. 52 laps so far. Dornelis still with the fastest, still in the lead. And he's just got a little bit more to go before he can finally call it a night. And again, if he's on a zero stop, that's going to be amazing. To hold the Mercedes to one tank of fuel, one set of tires for an hour and a half, that is superhuman. And of course, after this, we have one more mini endurance race to do. That's for North American Red Split. We are going to be joined, of course, by this man right here, Sam Raworth, at the end of this race, unless otherwise stated by him. But, of course, I could be wrong. But he hasn't said anything to me, and if he did, I don't remember, Sam. I'm sorry. Whenever it comes to live streaming, my memory just doesn't work. But, yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Raworth having to let Clifford on through. Clifford on for a 4th place finish right now. Very, very good for him. And then Michael Landry with that top 5. Thomas Dagg, 6. Landry's pulled away beautifully. Sitting back in the 34 is exactly where he wants to be. That's exactly what he wanted to do, especially after the drive-through is up into P5. So it will be a top 5 finish at least for him. Very, very nice for his efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes to go here at Misano. And it has been the Renato Dornelles show all throughout. And this could be win number 3 for the Brazilian. And the 3rd win in a row, of course, for him. It'll put him in a very commanding lead over Portis. That #1 spot overall and the #1 spot in the pro category will get swapped. Portis having that disconnect and rejoining a few laps down. It's never, ever what you want to see. If you want to beat somebody, you want to do it fairly. You want to do it on the track. You don't want some external connection to be the deciding factor. What Dornelles, if my math is to be believed, and keep in mind I am a communications major, so I don't do math, that's why I'm in it, should have 2 more laps, and then we'll have final after that. And then that will be it for North America Blue. We'll take a look at the standings, of course, and then hop servers and welcome in Sam Raworth. We should be catching North America Red Split in their qualifying, I believe, maybe in the middle, maybe a little bit further back than that. Man, what a night it's been. Skylar Lovrink not out of the woods just yet. Austin Carpenter for a moment was alongside, but couldn't get the drive out of the corner. And he knows that his time is running out. Does he maybe gamble on being able to brake later in some areas and try to spook Lovrink off his line? Or does he just have to settle for P9? It would be a top 10 finish, of course, but these drivers will always want a little bit more, and a bit of oversteer there is going to kill some exit speed. Although it looks like Lovrink may have suffered the same fate, but just a little bit worse. Carpenter really starting to push it now. You know who's behind them? This man right here, Renato Dornelles. He's coming up on both of them. And you can see Timothy Flomger is just coming through now to start the next lap, to stay on that lead lap. Same with Wilson Fernandez. The two Mercedes duo, or the Mercedes duo of these two gentlemen, absolutely incredible to see. Brazilian 1-3. Frederick Boisvert keeping with Dagg, though. Despite that shifting mishap, has pulled right back to where he was. A minute 43, so this will actually be, not this lap, but the last. Whoa, who is that going off? That is, I believe that's William No, with nowhere to go except off, letting the race leader through. So Renato Dornelles will be on the final lap by the next time, or the next time he gets through here. And a lot of these drivers probably know it. And if they don't know it, they'll be getting that notification from the in-game race director, letting them know that the leader is on the final lap, and that at that point they've got one more shot to make things right as rain. If they do, great. If not, they're gonna have to try again. And there it is. Renato Dornelles, one more time around Misano. to make it 3 in a row. Skylar Loverink opens that gap back up to Austin Carpenter. They're going to be starting their final lap here. Oh, the battle between Dag and Boisvert. Hold on, Boisvert has gotten the better of Dag. That position number 6 goes the way of McLaren. Thomas Dag out of this corner will have a better exit. Is he going to try to make it stick around the outside? A little switcheroo is blocked off there by the number 18 McLaren. There's a little bit of a hurry up on the bumper. Thomas Dag trying to get a straight exit as much as he can, trying to get more power out from under the hood in the slipstream. He's got to be careful. We saw contact earlier in the race. He's going to pull to the outside. Boisvert's going to make it difficult. He's going to force him around the outside. Dag cuts back on the inside. Has to back out of it. Boisvert sticks with his gun, stays on his line. Matt just hits his points beautifully and pulls way ahead there. Boisvert up into P6, and Dag, this is not what he wants. He knows. You actually saw Renato Dornelis there in the background. There's going to be one more lap between these two. And just ahead of that, it is the BMW of Loverink and the Porsche of Carpenter. We'll keep an eye on that. But ladies and gentlemen, out of the final corner, it's Renato Dornelis. It's win number 3 for the Brazilian. Win number 3 in a row as he crosses the line to win the mini endurance event here at Misano. And he'll hopefully do that same thing again next week at Snetterton. Timothy Flomger, what a race for him. It's been pretty much hot lap simulator as he rounds the final corner, gets onto the podium. And then Wilson Fernandez, we've got a little bit of time before he makes it to the end. William No in the pits on the last lap, not what you want. But Wilson Fernandez out of the final corner. It'll be Brazil steps 1 and 3. It's Vacuum Racing as well, 1 through 3, or 1 and 3. The two Mercedes drivers really putting on a showing here. Jonathan Clifford's going to go for P4. He's more than happy with that. Michael Landry, P5, getting away from Boisvert. Boisvert gets around Dag. Hasn't looked back. Just a few more corners to go, and he'll be home free. Skylar Loverink, though, is not out of the woods just yet. He's going to have to hold off Carpenter a little bit longer. There could be a dive from somewhere. I don't know if he's close enough. Here comes Boisvert into the starting line. It crosses it. 6th. He goes 7th. For Dag, Portis is picking up P15, unfortunately. Had that disconnect earlier on, and that is going to push him way down the grid. Not what he wants, and everything gets mixed up because drivers leave pretty much immediately. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the race results here for Blue Split. What an evening we had. Very chill atmosphere. And then, the race starts, it's hectic, and then it died down. There were a couple of bumps here and there, and we had an exciting last minute or so. So it's Dornelis, Flomger, and Fernandez overall, as well as the top 3 for the pro category. It's 2 Mercedes, 2 drivers from Vacuum Racing, 2 drivers from Brazil on the podium. Flomger, the lone American, splitting them up. In Pro-Am, it's Frizza and Raulu. A lap down, or 2 laps down, and then a lap down for Frizza. It's on the absolute pace of those top few drivers. In the amateur class category, it's Campbell ahead of Raworth. William No is going to lose out on some major points here. So that'll maybe shake things up in the amateur class. Of course, Henson had to leave, had some connection issues. And of course, the Simrigs M2 safety car. And speaking of Simrigs, while we get sorted out here on the next server, quick shout out to Simrigs for sponsoring Season 12 of the Sprint Series, a Melbourne-based sim racing provider. Let me tell you something. If you happen to live in Australia, New Zealand, they've got you covered. No problems at all. And if you live outside of that, they are more than willing to work out something with you. Send them an email, let them know you're interested, and hopefully get some new sim racing equipment. And if you're an OR Patreon member, of course you get 5% off your purchases. Sim racing equipment, not cheap by any means. So we'll, again, thank them for their continued sponsorship. Hope to see more of them again. But ladies and gentlemen, we're here at the Red Split And if you keep your eyes on the top right of the screen, I'm going to show you a little bit of magic. Are you ready? So you see where it says Misano, NA Blue. Ready? Watch this. 3, 2, 1. Bang. Red. And who's to say that we at the OOR don't have amazing skills? Come on. What else do you expect from us? Nothing less. But actually a very stacked grid here. A lot more drivers. Looks like it just rained too. And we have a new face, Stefano Palladini. Don't believe we had him in the last race, showing up here in the Honda. But we get ready for free practice and hopefully qualifying. Once Kenneth Portis pops in, eventually he'll be moving things along. But let's take a look at the results from the last race at Brands Hatch. It was Hamza Golzar on top. Marquez and Rasco made it 2-3 for the Pro-Am, or for the Pro category. Or for Pro-Am, excuse me. Blah. It was Marquez, Thompson, Sanchez. And then for the amateurs, Bateman, Lonham, and Wicks. And then for silver, Conway, Parkinson. If we look at the standings, though, it's Golzar 98 points over Rasco. Rasco currently fastest, though, in free practice. This could change things up a little bit. For the Pro-Am, it's Sanchez and Marquez. Sanchez, 10 points for the Mexican, and then the Colombian and Marquez, again, 10 points behind. Very close there between those two. And then the amateur class, Lanham, 32 ahead of Wicks. If we look at the results from the last few weeks, it was Golzar in the first race at Paul Ricard, then Steele race 2 at Paul Ricard, and Golzar last week. So much like Dornelis, he's going to be looking for his third win here in the OOR, here in the Sprint Series. And it's a question of, well, can he do it? That's the big thing. And that'll be something to look out for as we get into a damp track. That will change. But man, Hamza Golzar, I'm going to say it now. Love you, buddy. Way too damn quick for me to compete, for anyone to compete. We get out there. 20 cars, though. Let's look through the grid. Obviously, Palladini, a new driver here in North American Sprint. And we do see the Lexus coming out. Bryson Doring. I saw him in the Sprint chat rooms earlier talking about being the only Lexus car out there. But hey, he's the #1 Lexus driver. Javier Marquez, second place in the Pro-Am category. So he is going to be looking to pick up some points over Sanchez later on. Another driver that I'm always impressed with, and then I have a little bit of personal history with. Positive, don't you worry. Hunter Page. Shout outs to Boley Space Program. Beautiful stuff. Bateman, top of amateur class, although he is sitting silver, so we could be seeing a promotion. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on that. Kevin Parody, another driver that we are very familiar with here in OOR Sprint, especially with last season's livery. Was definitely one of the liveries of all time. Braden Thompson as well. Jonathan Bass, another debutante. Spencer Brown, familiar name. Keith Briscoe, when have we not seen this guy in Sprint? Come on, keep it together. Javier Marquez as well. We talked about Sean Conway with more of a Kool-Aid car. I'm a huge fan of that. Another debutante here. Cody Platt as well for Chunk. I don't know if the Aston Martin's really a chunker, but that would definitely be the Boatley. Andrew Wilson making a return here in the Pac-Man Mobile. Dylan Kaiser for Dylan, his name, his own car. Why not? Lawrence Lanham, another debutant. Brian Rasco, we just talked about. Hamza Golzar. What have we not said about this guy? Eduardo Sanchez currently leading the Pro-Am Championship. Trying to get a little heat in the tires. Track damp. No rain, though, so trying to find that dry line. Tim Parkinson, another driver who's new here. Darren Wicks, and then Kevin Parody. So, yeah, I'm getting out of here in qualifying. And we'll see where everyone ends up. And, well, we've just had someone end up in the commentary box, and that is Mr. Sam Raworth. Welcome in.
Hello, hello.
So, Sam, you just got off of this race. Walk us through it.
In one word, let's go with this. If you heard that.
I heard that.
A bottle. No, I mean, 90 minutes, you know, it's sort of tough to do a little bit more than a full enduro stint, even if you have a little bit of time in the pits, and then I got to drive through, you know, to rest a bit on purpose. But having the first sort of night race in a long time, and this track is really nice and flowy, it was just a good time, just sort of turning out consistent laps. So, it was fun, but I'm in the back just sort of trying to make it around.
Well, you did a good job of getting around. Of course, you made it to the checkered flag. It's not about whether you win or lose. It's about making it, at least in my book. That's probably why I'm a mid-pack driver. We don't talk about that.
This is also a track that I've practiced the least on throughout pretty much all of ACC. So I did it a few times, maybe a month or two ago, and then a few times a month or two before that. But I only had about 2 days of practice this week, so I was just trying to make it 90 minutes, somewhat consistent times, and then call it a day. But it's nice that I wasn't, so far off that I couldn't see anybody.
Yeah, that's sort of the one, I guess, consensus you could say about Misano is that you either love it to no end or it's one of those tracks, you just sort of say, all right, whatever, I'll race.
Yeah. I will say it's deceptive though, right? Because so much of the speed comes from cutting every curve by about all of it. And when you cut those curves again and again and again, getting slightly too far sometimes can kick your tail out like you haven't experienced yet, and that sort of hit me pretty hard once, I think in practice. But then also it's those track limits that, sometimes you're used to going the same place over and over and stepping out of bounds just a tiny bit from there. Drive through a couple laps later, and that's what I did.
Yeah, that was the big thing I talked about, not just in the past broadcast with Blue, but excuse me, with EU. We talked about it's, like you said, it's the way to be fast is to cut every single corner by about the width of the corner. Didn't have as many drive-throughs, though. We had quite a lot in EU.
Yeah, I remember in the chat people were talking about making sure you would practice in the race practice, so you'd find out where those warnings would be. And I tried to do that, and then I got disconnected, so I never got to do that practice, but it is good advice.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you got bored, and then you got, distracted.
No. I mean, I did get very tired during the race just now. It's a lot of laps of the same thing without too much going on when you're sort of just in the back. Yeah, also, at night, it's really easy to just sort of zone out,
Oh, yeah, that's the one thing, especially because you get so used to racing with daylight, you say, okay, I know exactly where this break point is, but, God forbid you have someone in front of you and their car is casting that shadow because of those headlights. Well, now all of a sudden you don't know where the break point is, and you end up either going into the back of someone or just completely overshooting it.
Yeah, the worst thing for me was there's the last turn before the really big back sort of straight kink area, and to break into that turn to then get a good run, my best line was such that my headlights did not light up the apex until I found out if I missed it or not. But if I lit up the apex on purpose, I didn't get a good run. So it was a little bit of a, guess and check for a while.
Yeah, I think when I did sprint, I had a night race at Misano. I don't think it was a mini enduro. I don't think that's what we had at the time. I think it was just a regular race. Although it could have been a mini enduro. It's been a while, but yeah, no, this is night racing always brings out some very scary moments, especially, and like you said, you zone out, you just have that big black void above you, and your brain kind of just pulls it down into the cockpit, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, the worrying thing here is if the weather continues on into the race, they've got, at least it's greasy up from, I think it was damp when I got in, but that's way worse. The temperatures have been dropping, they've been like 14, 15 C during the races and during practice, and if you get a little bit of grease and stuff, I mean, getting tires up to temp to get out for a lap or two was very difficult, and that's just something you got to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a skill that you almost feel like you never really stop cultivating. It feels like no matter what you do, you're always going to end up finding some sort of bit of yourself that needs to be polished off.
Yeah, and certainly, if you think that you have things settled and you don't really pay attention to it, sometimes it happens to me where in practice, like, okay, one lap was enough to heat up my tires, enough to go hard on the next lap, and then I would just go straight off the end of a turn and go, wait, oh my god, my tire pressures are so far down, I just assumed it'd be the same, and you really have so many things to focus on, especially if you're still sort of new to the game or just still focusing on your driving too much.
Yeah, exactly. But You seem to manage it quite well, along with others on the grid.
Yeah, kind of sad we only had, what, 15 to start?
16. We lost Hansen partway through. I think with
Okay.
connection issues, and then we had Portis disconnect temporarily and come back a few laps down.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see that there's 20 here, and there was some talk this week about combining because we didn't have as much participation. I don't really know if that's a this week thing. Hopefully it doesn't stay that way.
Yeah, no, there's, like Sam just said, there's been some talks with the higher-ups because of attendance numbers. Of course, we want to bring you guys separate splits because you get more action for the same price. But obviously, having small grids never really fun. I'm sure we've all been in a pub lobby with 10 other 10 other people, and you go, "Wow, this is extremely boring." The race starts are always exciting, but after that, it just becomes, "Hey, do you guys want to play hot lap for 20 minutes?"
Yeah, I mean, at least at tracks like Misano, where you have roughly minute and a half laps, it's not so spread out as if you were to go to like Spa or Bathurst, so you can sort of get away with a smaller field.
That's true. That is very true. But thankfully, we've got 20 cars here, so a little bit more than Blue Split. Let's take a look at the qualifying times. Stefano Palladini on top with a 38:37. That's a bullet. Hunter Page, P2, 39:54, so almost 1.2. Keith Briscoe, we just saw him put in that 39:65. Sanchez, P4 right now, 39:85. So things a little bit tricky here in the wet. And then Spencer Brown in the fifth position, 40.43.
I was gonna say, this actually seems like further off than I would expect for Greasy.
I know.
This is almost what you'd expect for like a damper or wet with wet tires. Maybe it's because the temperature is so cold. Maybe for the first time ever, the wind actually matters in this game. But I'd be surprised if we don't see something in the 37s at least.
Yeah, I think Palladini might be the one to do it. Hamza Golzar, I'm very surprised, down in P14 at the moment. He's 5 seconds off. Hopefully, maybe planning some sort of super long con to get first. I don't know. He's got 2 wins this season. Steele, who is not here, does have a win as well. So Golzar is on track for a 3rd win. We don't know when, of course, but it could be taken by anyone. Maybe Palladini to start off a career in the OOR picks up a win here. Jonathan Bass right now, P8 with that 41.002. Very strong showing from the Audi, especially with Spencer Brown there in P5.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting field looking at the class structure, with a bunch of pro-ams sort of at the top with not that many pros to just take it at the top and run away. Good amount of AMs, but all those silvers are debuting, right? I mean, they don't have a class yet, so
yep,
sort of anyone's game for where they are.
Doring, Bateman, Conway, yeah, a lot of these guys yet to get any classification. We don't know when these classifications get updated, they just do. Normally we see it happen during those breaks, those bye weeks that we have. The next one will not be for a couple little whiles, it seems. I believe the next one is going to be, if I look at my handy dandy notes, if I can remember where I put it, it'll be at, well, Imola, surprisingly, which will be in a few weeks. We still have Snetterton to get through next week, of course, and then Suzuka, which I guess I should pass off to you, Sam, is how do you feel about your pace currently with Snetterton and Suzuka?
Snetterton is garbage. Well, not top.
Okay. All right.
I haven't spent that much time there since I was doing a bunch of GT4 racing there, so I need to sort of get back into the groove. I do like it, though. And were you asking about Imola next, or?
Suzuka.
Oh, Suzuka. I love Suzuka. It's one of the most fun tracks. Definitely that and Bathurst and maybe Kyalami are my favorite tracks. I'm not so sure I'm the fastest. I lose a lot of time in the spoon. But I've been there enough and I like it enough that it's a very smooth, sort of flowing lap.
Gotcha. And then I guess, we might as well toss Imola in there. How do you feel?
Well, I mean, that's what I was interested in because Imola is at the same time, roughly, that the Imola endurance races. I believe we have a 10-hour race and qualifying starts in the next week or so. So at least I'll get a whole lot of practice in the same car for both. So maybe I can run a good sprint / some good stints if we qualify well. But that's a lot of time at Imola, and it's historic. It's just a classic track. You got to know sort of each turn and how to really set yourself up for the passing zones when there are them. But everybody hates the last chicane, so you just got to be careful.
Yeah, that last chicane is killer, because it's always, you feel like you never quite get it right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can almost go straight through, and it feels amazing. But if you try that every time, you're just, hunting for an off.
I was thinking more of a launch, but that works too. Because those sausage curbs are ridiculous. I don't know if you've seen it. Someone made like the worst racetrack ever, and they took like the worst parts of like known circuits, and I think the sausage curbs from Imola made it, or it might have been the Singapore Sling, if you remember that from Formula One some years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was actually that. But anyways, we're getting towards the end of qualifying here. Palladini, though, still on top. 37.3, so you were correct in your assessment about 37.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of just a guess at that point because everyone else is so far off. But, I mean, he made a pretty big jump there, so we've still got some people finishing their laps. I'm sure we'll see some changes to the lineup right now.
Well, Hunter Page crosses the line right now on an improvement, but it doesn't count. It was wide. It was about 7/10. If that lap stuck at a 36 or 37.9, that would have put him P2. But that P2 is taken over by Braden Thompson, who puts it at 37.9. So just over half a second for Palladini. Who else do we have that's closing in on that start-finish line? Definitely not Spencer Brown. He's over and under, done and out. Jonathan Bass is improving a little bit with, I believe, no, not Briscoe Intel. That's someone else. Oh, Palladini's getting a little bit of a toe. There he goes.
Yeah, that flowed well with your commentary.
Thank you. It's a beautiful skill, is it not? But yeah, here's Jonathan Bass. P11 at the moment. Improvement of half a second. This would put him P8, I believe, just splitting up Hunter Page, Andrew Wilson, two teammates here in the blue split. Across the line he goes. No, actually just a little better than Bateman, so it looks like he's lost some time there. Brian Rasco, familiar name to the OOR scene. P9 at the moment. He's got a full second up on himself. This is going to launch him way up the order. No, go back. Autopilot, how dare you? I know I left you on, but still, that's not an excuse. So crosses the line. P3 for the McLaren. And we get ready.
Yeah.
I think you know what time it is, Sam. I think it's time for my favorite little part of the grid.
Yeah, I mean, just checking chat for a second. Hunter said he was like 0.8 up and wasted it, and I hate that feeling when you see the nice big green box turn to red in the end of your lap. Just awful.
Yep, it's always a terrible feeling. I wouldn't know what it's like. I just do bad with qualifying. So we've got a cloudy sky, we've got a damp circuit, and we've got a nice little track walk to do. As I hit the wrong button a second time, I promise I know what I'm doing. I always forget if it's F2
picked
or
up
F2.
Too.
It has, yeah. Well, it was about 11 or 12 kilometers for the race, for your race, actually. So it isn't too far off of what we saw earlier, but it is pretty close to what we are used to. So let's take a little walk through the grid here. Stefano Palladini, a new name on top of the timing sheets there. Braden Thompson joins him on that front row. Brian Rasco, a bit of a jump right at the end of qualifying. Keith Briscoe as well has to get pushed down from there. 3 and 4 for them. It is Spencer Brown, Eduardo Sanchez. Sanchez, of course, trying to maintain that lead over Marquez in the Pro-Am Championship. And right now, that's working out beautifully for him. Kaiser, Page, Wilson, Bass, your top 10. Bateman, Wicks, and Marquez. We just talked about him, second place in the Pro-Am category. He's got a lot of work to do. Only 10 points separate him and Sanchez. So for the two Central American drivers, it's still very much on for them. Lanham, Platt, Conway, Gulzar told me he's doing a bit of worst to first, so we'll see if he can pull that off here tonight. Parkinson, Doring, and Parody is going to round out the grid. Of course, the Simrigs BMW safety car in a league of its own. But Sam, let's take some predictions here. What is your forecast for tonight?
Well, I would worry about the opening lap with this sort of weather. It's not the worst first turn. I think I've seen a bunch of races go pretty clean through, but when I was heading down the main straight, people were shouldering each other out already. So if they do that here, that would be the first sort of big miss. But I think once things spread out, we'll probably see the sort of pros, the pro-ams, etc. This doesn't seem like it's going to be set up to have really tight battles the entire way through, just based on, I think, the weather. But of course, you sometimes will create those tight battles by having someone like Hamza Golzar push his way through, and he continuously slinkies everybody as he goes through. So that's what we probably have to watch for.
Yeah, I think that'll definitely be... I'd have to agree with that. I couldn't have put it better myself. But, yeah, we get ready. So, the safety car pulling away, hopefully the last time, knock on wood. Gotta make sure I don't...
Did someone just blink out?
I think. I didn't catch it.
Oh, yep, Dylan Kaiser's in the pits.
Uh-oh, probably didn't hit start. That's a big misstep, especially 7th on the grid. That's huge.
Yeah, that's an oof.
That is definitely new. If we saw, hey, listen, the safety car did it the week prior, so, I mean, someone has to do it. Or it might have been the week before that.
Did it really? Wow.
Well, I think it was because of a connection thing. It wasn't like, oh, the safety car driver was, napping. I think it was legitimately, hey, the safety car driver, connection-wise, was having an issue. And that's what happened there. So hopefully, that's not what happened to Kaiser, and maybe... I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Shoutouts to the safety car driver. We never know who it is, and if you do, no, you don't.
Safety car issues are always the funniest. I mean, I was around for the slowly driving out of the pits into the wall while I believe the driver was not paying attention. That event was hilarious. I think one time it went straight into the barrier before the pit entrance. He just missed it slightly and smashed up the front end. Just kind of...
And you didn't
good
follow
for some laps. I mean, I was watching.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's fair. Yeah, no. I always treat it's either the Stig or it's just like its own entity. Like it's like it's like the safety car is its own thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a transformer, but it's a BMW. Well, either way, we're getting ready here for one final race. Another hour and a half to go here at Imola. A little bit different on the forecast. It is damp out there on the circuit. The cloud's starting to part a little bit, so we'll see if that does anything to the racing surface. We, of course, will be having drivers clearing a dry line. Wonder if anybody is on wets. I don't think so. Excuse me. That would be a little bit questionable, as the track really isn't all too wet, but drivers are lining up 2 by 2. So we get ready for last race here. Stefano Palladini, what a qualifying he's had for him. Another driver you got to keep an eye on, number 14, Hamza Golzar, way down in 17th, trying to do a pseudo worst to first build. We'll see what he can pull out in an hour and a half. Wonder if the strategy will allow him such a luxury. And then Braden Thompson, of course, making it onto that second position. Job well done from him. But ladies and gentlemen, the last race here this evening, it's North America Red. Palladini, Thompson, Rasco, Briscoe, Brown, Sanchez, Page, Wilson, Bateman, Bass, and it's green, green, green. Palladini with an amazing getaway there at the start. Down the inside is Brian Rasco ahead of Braden Thompson, who's going to lose a position. We have 3 wide in the background, a little bit of contact. The Audi there from, I believe, Bass, almost going into Bateman down into turn number 2. Keeps it together nice and tidy. But look at Palladini. I don't know if he got maybe a better jump or what it was, but he is absolutely bolted off the start here. Let's ride on board here in a little bit of a pack right now. Hunter Page giving us a really good overview of Sanchez ahead of him. Sanchez going wide over the sausage curbs. We have someone else going wide. I believe that's Marquez. Or no, sorry, that's not Marquez. That's Brown. Not getting the best exit. Hunter Page has a line on the inside. He gets 1. Does he pick up 2 into the corner? Yes, he doesn't. No, he takes himself out. There's 3, 4 drivers off. And that is tragedy. Whoa, almost did contact there from, I believe that was Brown. Man, what a start already.
That is a dangerous time to try to take a dive. I mean, maybe it was wide open, but with your tire temperatures right now and, you know, the first of an hour and a half, you know, of your race, that's not really called for there.
Yeah, I mean, the first move was on Sanchez was, I think that would have been more than enough. If I was in that position, I would have been absolutely A-okay with taking one person, but the second one may be a little ambitious.
Well, might have even had it if he had braked early too, you know, because he still sort of was on a good run. I think he just outbraked himself.
Probably. And, oh, Marquez as well, almost outbreaking himself, going into the back of Briscoe. So, at the end of the first lap, it's Palladini, Rasco, Thompson, Briscoe, Marquez, your top 10. Briscoe looking for a bit of a bite there onto the this Aston Martin ahead there. Braden Thompson, though, holding strong. Marquez lurking just behind, maybe picking up a little over-under as things carry on. Darren Wicks, let's ride with him. Let's see what he's got cooking there under the hood. He's got a McLaren of Bateman just behind the number 44, yet to be classified, but doing a damn good job of showing that he is worth something. Same with Darren Wicks. A little bit of a kiss there, saying, how you doing? Good to see ya. There's the Aston Martin there of Platt going down the inside of Conway, who's going to lose a couple of Parkinson rather is going to lose a couple of positions. And we do also see some drivers going way out wide. That's, like you said earlier, Sam, you got to push the limits. You got to find where it is, but sometimes you've got something nasty waiting for you, and usually that's a sausage curb.
Yeah, actually, if you look at the lineup right now, we had a whole bunch of McLarens all up near the top, and that's a lot of the Pro-Ams. It seems like they took the biggest hit. Look at all the ones that had fallen down. It's Pro-Ams near the bottom, McLarens. I wonder if they had some sort of, you know, braking or aerodynamics that put them at a disadvantage for the opening lap, but it sure seems to have hit a bunch of them.
Yeah, but we saw what happened to Hunter Page, and shout-outs to Darren Wicks. Got sideways in the Audi, kept it together beautifully, though. It seems as though the Audi Ting still very much alive. Sean Conway on the outside right now. Spencer Brown has to concede the position, going all the way out there, and same with Jonathan Bass not getting it all too well, and you can also see the number 12 Audi of Brown maybe messing up the corner a little bit. Hunter Page right back into it, as though nothing really happened. I'm sure things will be looked at. Oh, and there's a touch there as Spencer Brown gets a little shove, maybe reacting as well. Look at that, right back on the throttle, right back into it. So Hunter Page, despite sitting behind Conway, now has to push through someone else, and we're getting a lot of action here right at the start. Beauty, and what's going around is Conway. The Kool-Aid has been spilled. Oh no.
Yeah, it's a lot of action, but it's a lot of dangerous action. It seems like they're going a bit too hard for a mini enduro with this sort of weather, especially now that we have an update that in the 30 minutes we're expecting rain.
Oh, that's going to be big. So we're going to be seeing some interesting connection there from Bass. Just making sure that the outside is still there. It is, thankfully. But yeah, no, that's going to mix things up a lot. Let's hop back up right now. This is the view from Lawrence Lanham right now. Amateur class running in the top 5. And look who's behind him. Who could it be, Sam?
That's pretty much where you expect him to be, but very quickly. I mean, I guess, you know, you get a little bit lucky and a little bit safe around some of the action in the early laps, and you can just shoot right up there. But also, I mean, you look at Lanham, we've seen him in the past. He's probably not an AM, so we'll see how he does with Gulzar, but maybe you can follow him through and stick up in the top 10.
Oh, getting way out of shape there. Kept it together, though. Very good from him. Javier Marquez picks up fastest lap, 40.72. 7. No planes, though, in the sky just yet. We still have a lot of time before the rain starts coming down. Let's look up ahead. Is this, I saw Brian Rasco. Javier Marquez, here we go. This is a change for the lead. Down the inside of Palladini, the two come together. But it's Marquez that comes out on top, but Palladini is not going to be letting this one go so easily. And as I say that, looks like the touch has unsettled the Honda a little bit, and he's got to drop back and sort of recuperate himself and get back out there, and Brown into the pit lane.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there, because Palladini got a good launch at the beginning of the race. In fact, P2 and P3 were neck and neck, and he was in front of them by a good car length, and that's what you saw him almost up a second pretty early on. But for Marquez to come back that quickly and take the lead, just wonder if he got a little bit out of sorts, or maybe qualifying is a specialty.
I don't know. He's definitely a threat on track, and we see it here week after week, race after race. Pack behind 3, 4, 5, and 6 with Briscoe. And then there's a little gap down to Thompson and Sanchez, who are having a little dispute over 7th. We'll see what they can cook up for us in due time. But it has been a very explosive start. And like you said, Sam, it's a mini enduro. It's an hour and a half. A lot of questionable moves.
Yeah, and these questionable moves also create sort of a long-term issue where you put a lot of higher, well, maybe, more advanced drivers quickly towards the rear when they have those impacts, and now they have to fight all the way through the middle of the less advanced drivers. So instead of having something more spread out, like I predicted if they went through cleanly, this is going to be more of, battle group to group, it seems like.
Yeah, Hunter Page, and that was a really good example, actually, as you were talking about it. Hunter Page stuck behind Darren Wicks, different class, but the pace that Page has, that I've seen and that we've all seen, is absolutely ridiculous. And he got a much better exit there out of the final corner, had to just lift to avoid the contact. So, like you said, things are getting mixed up. You get a lot of drivers in positions that you really wouldn't expect them. Lawrence Lanham, of course, as a amateur class, probably going to get a promotion, though. Hamza Gulzar breathing down his neck right now.
Yeah, and Page might be a little bit trigger shy back there after he sort of went too deep on the opening lap. So you might see that around here where people like, Gulzar will just blast past everyone. And if you've been in a little bit of a scrap early on, you might be more likely to let things go. But also, there's so much time left, you should be more likely to let things go.
Yeah, it's all about those final maybe 20, 15, 10 or so minutes that really separate a lot of these drivers. There was Rasco getting a little bit out of sorts. Hamza Gulzar trying to make the move. Could he make it work around the outside? No, he doesn't. Just like you said, some trigger shy, just waiting. Self-preservation right now. You don't have to worry about it. If you can make the move stick, of course, and the opportunity's there, like it might be here for Hamza Gulzar, a better exit. The defensive line for Lanham down into turn number 1. Just ahead is Rasco. But Gulzar, the opportunity has not presented itself yet.
Yeah, the front straight's just not long enough to really make a move there. And as soon as you get into the next, turn 1, turn 2, you really have to set yourself up so well to make it through there cleanly that trying to make a pass while doing so is, something that you'd back out just like Gulzar did.
Yep, smart. It's always a great skill to learn when to go for a move, when to back out, when to identify that the driver you may be having some feuds with is not really what you should be doing at that moment. Lawrence Lanham getting out of sorts, does have to let Gulzar through. That wet surface proving a little too much, but he does have the inside line. He backs out of it, but maybe uses Rasco to set up a bit of a pick right now. As we head onto the backstretch, onto the kink, you can see side by side, we're going to sit here. You're going to sit on the rear ring of Rasco's McLaren, and Gulzar does get the move done. And just beyond that, Keith Briscoe waiting to see if there's any scraps that are coming his way. But unfortunately right now, a little bit of a Great Depression, not enough food, not enough money, not enough speed. And he is slowly, he's losing out a little bit, but now he's right back into it.
That was really impressive by Lanham sticking on the inside and just staying there. I mean, he was losing the places, but he could have easily outbraked himself and hit a whole bunch of people. He could have easily just let it go. He just stuck in perfectly, confidently. That was really great to watch.
Yeah, that was incredible stuff. Very mature racing as well. Could have easily just come across and bumped Gulzar, but of course, live stewarding and just the caliber of driver we have here in the OOR, we know that we can do it right. We know we can do it safely. And that is exactly what is on display. Bryson Doring is feeling a little bit of heat from Wilson. I don't know if Wilson maybe picked up a power-up pellet or not, but he seems to be running him down right now.
I think he was probably one of the ones who was up further in the beginning of the race. Is one of those McLarens that had dropped back.
Most likely. So the McLaren curse is maybe a little bit real here at Misano as we welcome in Big Ape from the future. If you could give me my future readings, that'd be stellar. I was going to ask for Rasco's future, but it appears as though his contains an off-track excursion as that promotes Golzar up into P3. Is this... I swear to God, if Golzar wins... If Golzar wins...
If...
I know it's if, I know it's the funny haha, but like this is Golzar we're talking about. Also, I want to give a go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, one of the things that's going to be really tough for this is there actually does have to be some sort of strategy involved, right? Normally in a longer race like this, maybe you can do something with sort of an undercut or whatever with your pit strategy. But we're going to see rain come in maybe in the first third. We're going to see, potentially with the greasy track and the rain track, people maybe getting some drive-throughs for going outside of the track limits. So it's really going to behoove you to just be clean and careful.
That's true, yep. And especially at a track like Misano, how easy it is to go outside of those white lines. I mean, it's almost trivial at times.
Well, the other interesting thing, too, is, we talked about how just wide you can make this track. You can go over every curb forever. But how many people have practiced in the wet? How many of those curbs that are completely flat are painted in a way that makes them slippery when it's wet?
That's a very, very good point. And you have to think that, maybe those drivers who know exactly where that limit is, they know just how much they can get out of it. And on a dry track, that's no problem. But on a wet track where maybe not everyone knows that line, while the rest of the track is getting that drier, racing line, that line that you use to pick up some milliseconds here and there might not have the same treatment, and mix that, like you said, with those slippery curbs. How likely is it that you spin out?
Yeah, I mean, especially here when you're carrying a lot of momentum through those turns, it's not sort of just like hit the gas, hit the brakes, hit the gas, hit the brakes. You're really trying to pull around those. So as soon as you lose a little bit of your grip, it can really just take you off that knife edge and turn you around.
Yep, and we've seen it happen at this track all the time. Wet, dry, it doesn't matter. Do want to give a shout out to Doring here, giving us just one of the best sounding cars in this game. I'm sorry, I just had to take that sidebar really quick, but he's doing pretty good right now. P16 for the debutant here in North America Red Split. I'm sure he was very excited getting that call up. We have to go back up to the front though. Javier Marquez, despite his best efforts, has been unable to shake Palladini. Palladini, that fastest lap, 30.52 compared to Marquez's 40.27 the last lap though. It's Palladini. Oh, that's a very inside line. I don't know if that one's allowed.
Yeah, I mean, at this track, of course.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay. My apologies, of course. It's exactly what we expected here. But yeah, and one thing...
It's nice to see this sticking up, and not just having one sort of pull away, but by fighting like this, they're just going to let Hamza Golzar come right up behind him.
Yep, and the position, the lead is changed, swapped hands once more. Palladini ahead of Marquez, and then you see Hamza Golzar just for a brief moment in the shot, getting ready to maybe recover something. Bryson Doring, uh-oh. He's had a bit of an oopsie-daisy, and he's off the track.
I wonder what caused that.
I don't know. If I rewind it enough, maybe we can see it. I'm going to do 40 seconds and probably miss some action. Actually, we won't bother.
I meant it might be a little bit of a curse, because somebody was just on that camera, and somebody was just talking about his car.
I was talking about how cool it sounded. Shut up. Sam, you have no proof. All right, no one clipped that. But no, that's unfortunate. Welcome to the Caster Curse experience there, Doring. Glad to have you. I'm sure you've enjoyed it. He's picked up 10 seconds, though. Unfortunate. Hunter Page still chasing down Bateman right now for P number 9. These, after Page's earlier antics, almost adds on to it. They're having to dive. Maybe just getting a little distracted. There's not really anyone behind. Very surprising. Cody Platt. Whoa, okay, that's just some connection issues from Bass again. Probably downloading the new our assets for the GT2 pack that's coming out, so maybe you should just put a hold on that for right now.
Yeah, one of the things that becomes a lot harder in a race like this that maybe you take for granted is when you're slamming on the brakes and you know you're not going to brake in time if you stick to that line, and you can sort of, sort of slam to the left or the right, just a very quick move to get away from hitting that car. If you do that here, you might carry another 2 or 3 meters just because it's greasy and you don't really have that control anymore. So trying to keep a fight that close might actually end up making you lose a whole bunch of time as soon as you make a misstep.
That's absolutely true, and it's a big thing that drivers have to worry about. It's not something you can really, I would say, practice all too much until you actually end up needing to use it. You actually put yourself in those experiences. Cody Platt trading positions with Darren Wicks, it looks like, as he goes out pretty darn wide. Bass will say, thank you very much. We'll just poke it down the inside. No problems there. 2 Audis ahead right now, knocking on the door of the top 10 if Page makes an error. And
yeah, Darren had a great run there. He came by real fast, and nice to see the M's sort of respecting each other and getting out of the way. But I'm not sure how safe I'd feel being around Bass right now.
Yeah, that red connection bar is not pretty. Hamza Golzar has really not shaken Rasco as much as he was when he first got around him. His laps have been slower. This last lap was 2/10 slower. So that worst to first is not looking too well. It's Rasco looking down the inside. The door is there, although, is it open long enough? Well, as he goes right across, he'll have to back out.
Yeah, these two have pretty good history. I mean, at least I think I remember the last one I was commentating on how Rasco just gets Gulzar in his teeth and just wants to stick really, really close and follow. But it did sort of lead to him taking maybe too aggressive of a move last time and popping back a few places, at least the last time I saw.
Probably.
So, that's one of those things that get into your head. Mini Enduro, keep right with him, keep the pressure on him, but use him to bring you up into the fold with the podium.
Yeah, exactly. And when speaking of, getting in their head, just sitting behind them. I talked about it in the EU race. I talked about it in the North America Blue Split. Is if you can just keep your car posted up in that rear view mirror, that can do a lot of damage to somebody just mentally, because it seems like no matter what you do, you never pull ahead, you never get away from that person, and that can feel a little demoralizing.
Oh, and that goes especially for once it gets a little bit darker, because seeing someone in your mirror that you can sort of tell what the width of their car is and where they're actually coming, faster or slower is dangerous, but, not the worst thing in the world. Seeing just 2 lights, that's tough.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how things develop. Of course, the sun will be setting eventually, probably setting the same way it did a few hours ago in real life, but still light out at just about 9:30 in the evening. That's a new one. I missed that. We're still about, I think, 10 minutes out. The weather forecast hasn't really moved over unless the clouds are still sitting there, but we'll have to see. And maybe a couple of minutes if the rain does come in the next 10, or if it's still sitting beyond. But I don't really know.
I do always love the mid-race rain game of, who gets which tires when and who takes the bets. It just gives you a couple minutes of real fun sort of strategy and sort of, a guessing game.
Yeah, I think it's more interesting when you have race that's going to be at the start. Not right at the start, but you're going to get a few laps in before you actually get any rain. It happened to me. I've done it before. Made the gamble on the wets. It paid off, except someone took me out. But we don't talk about that. What we're talking about right now, though, is, well, it was going to be Brian Rasco, I think, going for a bit of a move, but not quite yet. But yeah, having to sort of gauge when to go in and who's going to be where, because if you're close enough to or actually if you're far away enough from the pit lane, when the rain starts coming down, the track isn't immediately going to get wet. It's going to take some time, progressively get more wet. So depending on how far away from you, or how far away you are from pit entry, when the rain starts coming down, it might end up actually giving you a couple positions compared to someone who's maybe, in a slightly worse spot. Maybe they're a little bit closer.
Especially if you have a lot more experience with it, you know how far to take those risks. Someone like Gulzar might go much longer with his slicks. Oof, there's a little bit of shoulder-to-shoulder contact there. I do want to mention, I feel like we missed something. How did Palladini get 12.5 seconds out?
I have absolutely no idea. He cleared Marquez at one point. It might just be like what we saw um, with, Dornelis or Simon Bauer in EU. Just you get out ahead of somebody and that's it. There's no looking back. You just sort of do your thing. If Hamza Golzar wants to do what he said he was going to do, he's got a lot of work ahead of him. And the rain's still 30 minutes out, so maybe we won't be seeing rain for a while. Palladini, 10 seconds. Uh-oh. What has gone on there? Let's take a gander. Let's see. All right, we got penalties coming through. So, we had Spencer Brown earlier get one. Looks like his night is over prematurely. Bryson Doring jumped the start. That's why he has a 10-second penalty. Lawrence Lanham as well jumping the start, and Parity caused a collision on lap 7. I'm wondering if Palladini jumped the start as well, because I think it looked like he might have a little bit.
It also might have been that he was going too fast through the start, because like I said, he was out in front of everybody by a good car length rather than having a nice sort of staggered pattern there. So maybe that's what they saw.
Yeah, possibly. Not what you want. Brian Rasco, there he goes. Around Golzar, but Golzar's not giving up. He's sticking on the inside there. And as I say that, he's got it back out, gets a little bit loose. Keith Briscoe will take advantage of the opportunity. He's on the inside line as we head down this very awkward corner for myself to drive through. And there's Golzar off the line, off wide, out the track. Briscoe could be picking up Rasco here. And as I say that, well, he gets a little bit loose, and Golzar back on the attack there. And where is he? You can just barely see the wing poking out. Briscoe is just squeezing him all the way over, trying to force him out, and he does.
Yeah, that had to be a little bit frightening for Golzar. You'd think you're catching up and figuring the straight line out after you've gone off a bit. And as soon as someone makes a mistake, when you're still trying to get back on the track and you have to sort of adjust for that, that could have been real big.
Yep, and, shout outs to Golzar for braving that out until the very end, really just saying, hey, you can shove me around all you want. I am not going to give it up that easily. So, very brave driving, of course, from him. We've got Cody Platt into the pit lane. The rain still 30 minutes away. I'm wondering if the wind's maybe keeping the precipitation out of the area.
It looks like the light dropped pretty significantly just now,
Oh,
sun
yeah.
sort of goes slowly, pops down, and suddenly you're drifting in, I guess, late night at Tokyo is what
Lando! That was amazing. That looks so cool. And he held it too. That's incredible. But that's not going to do too much. Does stay ahead, though, of Thompson. So I think it's worth.
Does he have the Stig on the back of his car?
Who?
Lanham?
He might. Let's check. Let's go from Braden Thompson's POV. Yes, he does. No, that's... No. It's a fake, it's like a fake license plate, and then the light above is the rain light. And we see Platt there, actually. Yeah. It looks like the Stig. I do see it, though. I do see why you think it's the Stig. Some say... Oh, God.
Yeah, try it off the cuff. That'll work.
Yeah, that's hard. It's hard. See, I don't have a whole writing team behind me. I just have my ADHD, which is pretty close.
That's about the same thing.
Yeah.
The weather finally shifted, and it looks like it's going to get even worse.
Yep, 10 minutes, the rain falls. 30 minutes, it keeps going. It gets worse. It gets the British treatment, if you ask me. Dark and dreary and wet and gloomy.
Well, here's what's interesting. Green is drier than greasy, isn't it?
Yes, it is. For
so
those that don't know.
It's gotten drier.
Yeah, it has.
And then it's going to go down.
So I guess we should probably just take a quick second to explain. So the track conditions, it goes optimum, fast, green, greasy, and wet. So optimum, of course, being
flooded.
Is flooded actually in there?
I thought so.
Oh yeah, if you have like the super like torrential downpour, like Hurricane Katrina levels of precipitation, yeah, you're probably right. Here's Sanchez. Hamza Golzar. Is he off the pace, or is he playing around a little bit?
Well, Marquez seems to have dropped back a few places, so that might have caused a little bit of consternation for Gulzar not to follow the cars of Briscoe and Rasco through.
Yep. But with the track conditions, of course, if the track starts off greasy like it did earlier, the more you drive, the more water gets cleared. That track condition gets, well, now it's fast. It went from green to fast. So by the time, yeah, ideally it gets to optimum, but because the rain's going to be coming down and then it'll be getting worse later on, well, it's going to get a little bit unfun for these guys because now, whoa, speaking of unfun, there's a little hip check from Marquez onto Sanchez. The two drivers battling, of course, for the lead in the Pro-Ams. The BMW of Marquez flashing the headlights. Maybe not a little too pleased with that.
Or saying is sorry. I wonder which one that was.
Yeah, that's all. It might have been sorry. I think he was going for a move. He was the car chasing, and it didn't work out too well. So hopefully, it is sorry. Look at the. You can see the clouds. Look at that. That's probably the rain that's going to be coming in here in a few minutes.
Yeah, you'd almost hope that it had stayed greasy so that you were used to the slick track before it got rainy, but having you get all the grip in the world and then, immediately lose that in a quick succession, that's way more dangerous than have it sort of gradually change.
Yeah, that's true, and it's with the rain getting worse, it's not going to get anybody from there on. And we'll see how long the rain's going to be around for. We don't really know. We can only see 30 minutes into the future. Our weather forecasters only get paid every 30 minutes, so that's why we have to wait.
I mean, every 30 minutes is still more than I get paid.
You get paid.
What's
in
impressive?
Appreciation.
Oh, what? Yeah. What's
ahead.
impressive too, though, is I've done night races and I've done rain races. I don't think I've combined the two that I can remember, and I'm very glad that I'm not.
That's true. I haven't experienced that either. Whoa, there's Lawrence Lanham going way off, and that'll just be a Bateman going on through. No problems there. Obviously, 10 seconds on Lanham, 10 seconds on Doring, and Parody's penalty is cleared. Wondering if perhaps maybe it was an issue in the stewarding booth. Palladini still with 10 seconds. That hasn't shown up in the Discord channel. No, it doesn't. All I'm seeing is Brown, Doring, Lanham, and Parody.
He's definitely pretty checked out up there, though. I mean, clean air has to be really good for this track. But I mean, also, if you have people in the back, there's a 31-second gap to Platt from Doring. Back there, Palladini's going to start lapping people. And we're probably going to see that 22 seconds come down once he gets into traffic.
Mm-hmm. And you can see the rain. It's really going to be coming down in 10 minutes. You saw if you had a pretty observant eye, you would see the 30 had a bit of a plus on it. That meant more rain, and then it became minus. But yeah, that just got added to the 10. So when does the rain start coming? I think within a minute or two we should be seeing some precipitation start falling.
I will say I'm very bad at watching that during the race. Trying to look around and see the weather and see tire pressure and see all this stuff all at the same time. I really have to be a little bit checked out down a straight and go, oh, I wonder what the weather will do. And I wonder how many of those people are out there the same way, because this will be a bit dicey.
Yeah, there's probably some panic MFD inputs right now trying to get everything sorted. Oh, that was very close there from Lanham, almost chopping his own ankles. But yeah, no, probably some very, very scary button presses, making sure that you have the right tires selected, making sure the pressures are set. Maybe some drivers are changing or getting ready to change their ABS and their traction control as well. A couple things that we do have the ability to change on the fly. And I think that's really it. I don't think you can really change the brake ducts or anything else, if I remember correctly. Man, Lanham is just getting a little bit drift happy now, and that'll promote one, possibly two Audis up. Jonathan Bass thought about it, had a bit of a run, but Road just ran out, and he is just darting in and out, trying to find some gaps to play with.
Yeah, one thing we talked about earlier is this track doesn't have any really significant straights that are just straight. So it does a couple things. In the first, that it makes it harder to, make those nice long overtakes you might have at other tracks. But also, when you're playing with your, settings and everything to get ready for a pit stop, suddenly you have that extra a kink coming up every, I don't know, 1/3 of the straight, which you have to deal with while you're pressing buttons over left. And that caught me out a little bit. I think I lost 2 seconds while I was adding some tire pressure.
Well, hopefully these drivers having a little bit better success. Lanham in the pits. He's got 20 seconds. There was an additional 10 shocked up there for collision earlier on. Parity as well into the pit lane. So is Lanham going on to the wets? That's going to be the big question. Is now the time, or perhaps is it a little too early? Javier Marquez here with Hunter Page on the inside. The Colombian going to be backing out of that one as Page pulls on through up into P7. Javier Marquez really falling off the pace. And
yeah,
that's probably why.
He might have destroyed his tires a bit early on.
Possibly, yeah. He might have, and now he's way too far back. Let's look at Palladini really quick, because we need to see what his gap is looking like to Brian Rasco. Rasco just now crossed line 23.7 seconds. Just a casual 23.
Well, Rasco had to fight, Briscoe and Sanchez all the way up there. So that sort of 3-4 pack with Gozar competing in too, it keeps them very slowly losing time as they fight to the leader. Hopefully the leader can use that to his advantage, but of course, he's got that 10 seconds, and if he messes up a little bit of the pits or stays out too long on some dry tires, then you might be able to find yourself right back in the fight there.
Yep, exactly. Hamza Golzar not shaking Thompson as much as he would have liked, and the problem is that Hunter Page has also joined the fray in the back, has cleared Marquez with that failed break earlier on. Hamza Golzar, he's leaving some room on the inside, respectfully keeping the race going. But down the inside is Thompson. Hunter Page sticks it around the outside, gets the move done. Job well done from that driver right there. Take a bow. That was insane. That was very good driving.
Yeah, that's a ambitious move too on Golzar. Maybe he just sort of saw something and could strike while Hamza wasn't having the best of his laps or best of his race, because he's not just firing all the way up to the front. But that was a really good move.
Yeah, it was very, very calculated as well. Now look at the weather forecast. So 10 minutes, still rain, and then it's not going to rain after that. Do you know if Mother Nature got into the wine cellar by chance? We are in Italy after all.
So does that mean that the water falling down will turn to wine?
Jesus? But speaking of Jesus, the heavens have opened up, finally. The heavens finally decided to give us some precipitation. So now, this track condition is going to go from fast to green to greasy to wet. And, Hamza Golzar feeling it already. Braden Thompson into the pit lane early. Could this be the right call?
Yeah, one of the big problems you have at a race like this is not only your tires hard to keep warm, but every time you go off a little bit and you get some of that tire pickup, or you go off into like the grass or the dirt, you're also actively ruining the stickiness of that slick. So every time you go off a little bit, it hurts you for the next lap or at least a couple turns. And we've seen, everyone sort of have those little troubles here.
Yeah, exactly. It's been sort of a mixed bag for some, and I think that's going to carry on along into the night here as this track. Look at that, already greasy. Whoa, there's Marquez off. What happened there? We got God, I'm going to roll this one back. So let's see. So he's on the inside here of, I believe that's Darren Wicks. There's just contact, and then he gets just blindsided by Jonathan Bass. And then
I'd have to see that one slower to find out if he was actually, sort of alongside or went too deep on that. It looked like Darren gave him enough room.
Yeah, it looked like maybe a little bit of driver error from both. But Javier Marquez comes out only P10. I know I say only, but it's not as bad as it looked, really. I thought he would have lost more time.
Yeah, and I mean, driver error, but also, the track immediately changing down to greasy and some rain in the area. You're going to have a lot of that happen with anyone who's close by.
Yeah, exactly. It's always a bit dicey. Andrew Wilson into the pit lane. Looks like the bot's having a little bit of a drink as well. Penalty's not coming through. But you can see the water there cooling up on the windshield of Bateman's car. So we are going to be seeing more rain in about 10 minutes, and we'll see how that sort of pans out. Wicks into the pit. So this is probably the time, Parkinson as well, probably the time for drivers to get these wet tires on while the track is greasy. And yeah, Bateman on slicks, already having a lot of problems.
Yeah, I think one of the issues I'd have here is that the strategy, if you're looking at the weather, would probably be to get on wets, but not put too much fuel in, so you can maintain sort of a nice pace and then put more fuel in when you switch back to the slicks, assuming you're looking at the weather and thinking that's going to happen. You know, that might be a good strategy. But if you're doing that, you've got a lot of buttons to push in your MFD, and that might be a little bit dangerous at this time.
Yeah, exactly. And you have to remember that the track now it's sort of staying at damp, and the rain increases in 10 minutes, but there's only so much rain or so much water that can be cleared at one time. So even after the rain stops, it's, you know, how long do you keep these wets on for? The front three coming in, Palladini, Rasco, Briscoe coming in for wet tires. Marquez and Wicks, of course. Conway, earlier we talked about. Hamza Gulzar getting a little bit out there, so I think now is the time that the Canadian comes in. So pit lane is going to get very, very busy.
Yeah, although he is one of those guys you'll typically see stay out longer and just sort of take it as he goes past the pits. Yeah, I mean, you know,
yep.
If you have that experience and you can make it last like that, it is a strategy that usually works pretty well. But, you know, it's a risk for anybody. There's nothing you can do about it if you're slightly offline and you spin and lose it.
Yep, and we're seeing a lot of activity. Brian Rasco just getting out of the pit now. You see that little grate there on the ground, that little slanted slot piece. You got to make sure you don't turn off the pit limiter there. This happened to a lot of people. And there's Keith Briscoe as well coming out of the pit. So, you know, drivers now, most of them, I would assume, getting onto the wet tire plat as well. Parity into the pit lane. So once this rain stops in about half an hour or so, how long is it going to be before the track gets to a point where it's okay to go back onto the slicks?
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the same strategy you're talking about in reverse for, you know, something like Hamza Gulzar, is how long do you stay on slicks until you switch to wets? And then can you let those wets get burning red hot and still drive, you know, at a quick enough pace around to wait until you have to pit later?
Yeah, that's very, very true. Eduardo Sanchez into the pit, so the race lead will go back to Stefano Palladini. Right behind that, you see Gulzar and Page, a couple drivers who have stayed out. Obviously, Stefano will be in a much better position. And look at that, 10 minutes. The rain's going to get even worse, so this track is probably going to take a long while to dry off, if it even does by race end.
Seen a fair number of stop-go 30s be dropped down to 10 seconds. I imagine those are speeding in the pit lane or something.
Yeah, and I think in some regard that's because of maybe the entry being a little bit greasy and drivers not really expecting it, or maybe just, you know, mistaking the grate for that pit line.
Yeah, I mean, that is a torturous pit exit. It just feels so wrong to go slow that far.
Yeah, you almost want to put that line right there, because that would it almost makes sense, but then you actually kind of drive through it and you sort of see, okay, maybe they're onto something.
Yeah, I mean, look at something like Laguna Seca, right? You've got to pretty early to get that pit limiter off, but you still have to do a really tight turn, so it's up to you to be able to take that line correctly.
Yeah, that's true. And you think about the line as well that separates the pit lane from the track is literally just a line painted on the ground. There's no wall like it is here at Misano, or, you know, something like I just blanked. Brands Hatch. You know, the pit line at Laguna Seca is, again, a line that is painted on the ground, and you can't go over that. You have to make it through the turn. That's very tricky.
Yep. Oh, track is now wet.
There it is. Do we see flooded?
Yeah, that might be a bit tough with the next, but I mean, it is always a little bit sad that the people who are spectating can't see some better fidelity for the weather, to really be able to look in and see maybe like a fake radar or something. It would be so cool for a sim.
Yeah, I mean, I could use my screenshot preset that I have, but that would probably just lag the stream like crazy because it's everything maxed. It's great if I just have the game running on its own, no problem. But because I have to run, the broadcasting software and all of that, it's, more stress on the PC. Not that, she can't handle it. She's very good at what she does, and I love her, and she's really dusty, and I gotta dust her. But, it still, like you said, probably wouldn't give enough of fidelity. I mean, they can only do so much when it comes to the wet weather effects in this game. Because once you start asking, hey, can I get more realistic weather effects? Well, now you start getting into modding, and that's where Assetto Corsa comes into play. I mean, I'm sure we've all seen those videos on YouTube or TikTok with these insane weather mods.
Oh yeah, certainly. And in chat, Benjamin seems to say that 48 and 135 might have pitted and kept their dry tires on.
Possibly. Let's take a look. So car number 48, that is Dylan Kaiser. So if we go into basic HUD, yeah, sticking with the dry. That's interesting. On a wet track, mind you, that's a pretty big gamble.
Yeah, I wonder if he looked forward in the weather rather than just seeing what it was currently.
Might have. And then Brian Rasco also on the dry tire. And you can see, so obviously Brian Rasco has had to change up his setup. You see the traction control set to 6. I don't think that's what it normally is set at for a dry race at Misano in the McLaren. And then his anti-brake lock is 8 instead of, what is it normally, like 4 or something?
Yeah, I wonder if brake bias going up that far forward too is another sign.
Oh yeah, possibly. So yeah, maybe this is some very big gamble as we see the BMW there. I think that's not quite certain who that was. That was the 502 BMW. That was Lanham, was getting all sorts of out of shape there as he's got Wilson behind. Oh boy, is that contact or is that just driver inflicted error?
Well, it's certainly not a boring race.
No, definitely not. It's a lot more action-packed than blue, no shade. But yeah, these wet weather conditions proving a little bit treacherous for some.
Yeah, maybe we should get a in-car view where you can see the rearview mirror and see what they'd see from the, when the car is up behind you.
Oh, well, how about this? How about we look at Brian Rasco? Doesn't have the best rear view. I'll try to find someone who has an actual good rear view mirror. Hold on. Let's take a look. You know what? We're going to cheat a little bit. Boom. What do we got? Nobody. All right. Well, we're going to work with this. Actually, you know what? No. How about Bryson Doring? Because we can get a pretty good idea. Beautiful. There we go.
Yeah, so he's in the bright part of the field right there at the sort of stands, and there's still a couple lights around here, but we'll see in the next couple turns when everything goes real dark what it looks like.
Oh yeah, definitely one of the most exciting things. Sort of like Kyalami in a way.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's when you see those lights come up real close behind you in the braking zone. It's hard to tell if you actually are keeping that gap to them and it's just a braking zone, or if that change in speed based on just the lights is really what's happening. And it looks like, is this Darren Wicks coming by with another good run?
Darren Wicks is just clearing a back marker right now, so we'll actually we'll hop on board with him if I can find him. There he is. So yeah, this will be another showing as we pull away from these lights. So now, like Sam said, you'll see the darkness and you'll get to see the brake zone, and it gets very, very scary out here.
Yeah, it'd be good, next time we're looking at some of the more experienced drivers and try to watch their lines, see how much of the curbs they're taking now. Because we did talk about that. If those curbs are really slippery, that sort of destroys the best line of this track. that's when you have a wet lap time be, 10 or 15 seconds slower rather than 5 to 7 like you might expect at a different track.
That's true. Yep. So it's all about, just adapting your strategy and figuring out what the best set of steps is for you specifically. Obviously, it changes car to car, driver to driver. And even within the same car, let's say Darren Wicks and Dylan Kaiser, for example, two Audi drivers, and we'll throw Jonathan Bass in there, another Audi driver. They're all driving this track a little bit differently despite having the same machinery.
It's actually, just always one of those things that only I sort of find interesting, but how many of the cars are matched up with one or the other in the overall? So we got the two Hondas at the front, we got two McLarens there, we've got two McLarens, two Audis, et cetera, on the way down. They're not all exactly in a fight or in a battle, but I've always found that part of the battle you have with a car being the exact same is really more difficult, trying to find a different line through rather than maybe being able to see around them because you have a tighter line, or maybe having a faster car that you can plan for on the straights. You really have to be 1-to-1 when it's the same car in front of you.
Yeah, but even then that's a little tricky because you have setup changes that are a little bit different depending on who you're dealing with. So let's ride with Dylan Kaiser, actually, with Hunter Page in the background. But yeah, with cars being the same. Whoa! Why do I do this? I'm sorry. My apologies, Kaiser. Please accept my...
It's somewhat less your fault with the weather currently.
That's true.
But looks like Wilson is getting his first drive-through, or maybe the first drive-through, probably due to track limits in this weather.
Yep. I was gonna say before Kaiser went off, even within the same car, you have these slight setup changes. Maybe there's a little bit more pressure for this person, maybe a tick or two of extra camber over here. Maybe the arrow is shifted a little bit, so maybe get a little more grip, maybe a little more speed. So, I think very rarely do we see drivers run the exact same setup as someone in the same car, just because of how different driving styles can be.
True. I mean, a lot of setups are sort of shared, and then you modify from there. But in a dynamic race like this, too, when you go in the pits, you might have changed your ABS, your brake bias, in a different level than the person in front of you or behind you with the same sort of wet tires, because that's completely different in how you drive.
Absolutely, yep. And if you're one of those drivers that has one of those big fancy wheels where you have multiple buttons, guilty, you have the option to pull up the MFD in the middle of the race. Some drivers don't get that option. They have to wait until they go into the pit lane. And for certain drivers, if your pit box is too early, that's not going to be enough time to swap things around. So when you actually have the option to open the MFD while you're on track and change these things around, it's not a case of doing it as fast as possible. It's a case of just taking your time and changing things when you can.
Hey, I think you're supposed to be hands-free only, otherwise it's illegal. So you pull over to the side of the track and then you use your MFD.
Well, like my father always said, it's only illegal if you get caught.
I think it would be pretty obvious if you pulled over to the side of the track, and there goes the sign, just destroyed. Hunter Page seems to be correcting a lot after every one of these turns, which is, impressive to keep catching it, but I would get pretty tired over a 90-minute race if you have to correct every single turn.
Yeah, and I think, to kind of also get another perspective, for some of these drivers having to correct that many slides, as we see right there, I mean, that could be a sign of pushing the car too much. That could be a sign of, maybe being a little too aggressive as well. And for some, that's not what they want to do. You want to try to keep the car as smooth as possible. And when you make these slides, when you have to make these corrections, you end up losing far more time over the long run.
Yeah, it also might just be a sense of not having the experience to adapt your settings, in situ while it's raining. So being able to, like I said, change that brake bias or ABS, you might be able to do it a little bit based on what your knowledge is, but if someone really has the experience, especially in sort of a video game setting, it might be that like 8 is exactly what you want to do for the perfect thing, and then you only push it up to 6.
Yeah, that's Yeah, that's a very, very good point. And it's, much like everything in motorsport or just racing in general, it's something that you slowly but surely come to get grips with. And then, once you have a good understanding, that's when you start really getting down to the nitty-gritty and you start just finely tuning it.
Yeah, it sure looks like with the rain coming in and everyone having to pit, um, we're just past halfway now, but it's finally gotten to that point where everyone's a little bit spread out. I mean, we see some people close here, but I think that might be a back marker and,
Yep, Lawrence
someone
Lamb
up front.
with
But
Marquez.
yeah, so you look down the list of the gaps between each driver, and there doesn't seem to be anything sort of within a second or even a group like that, like we've been seeing all race. So it gets a little bit less hectic as far as traffic goes, but more hectic when you're drifting like that.
But
Lanham is the
good
drift
save.
king.
Good save, Lanham. That was awesome.
He
love
has
that.
to be doing this on purpose.
Yep, he's like, you know what? I might be at the back, but damn it, am I gonna have some fun? And he is doing just that, and it looks really good on that BMW livery. Speaking of liveries, quick shout-outs to Glenn Germain. We were having some issues with the livery tool that we have. Normally, in the past, when it came to all these beautiful liveries, Glenn would come to me once a week with some zip files, and he would say, here you go, my good friend. You know what to do with these, and I'd have to go in and manually put them into the proper folders within the documents. But with this livery sync tool, it's just hitting a button, and it does it for me. I just select the splits I need. But we had some issues with liveries not really being laid out properly, and people were complaining about that. And he came through the other day and said, hey, all you got to do is just delete all of them and then download it again, and he didn't have to update anything, which was great. So Glenn, shout out to you. He does, honestly, that man does things that I don't even understand, and I don't do a lot of. The last time I did any sort of programming was high school, and that was a while ago.
Well, it's just so impressive to be in a all volunteer group and still have somebody that can put that level of workout, so we all benefit so much from it.
Yeah, and I think that's true with pretty much everybody here in the OOR, whether you're talking, someone like Glenn Germain when it comes to, the coding side of things, or the race directors, or the stewards, those that get involved with making sure these events run smoothly, those longer endurance events, those 8 hours, 9 hours, 12 hours that we put on. And,
yeah, but really mostly the commentators.
Oh yeah, of course. We're like the only reason people show up. Like, come on, like we're top dog here, and then like there's Mullick as well. But yeah, you're right. It's definitely us.
I do wonder if maybe Lanham has one of those hydraulic drift brakes on his sim setup and just having some fun back there. Maybe got a Simrigs or something.
Oh yeah, Simrigs, of course, sponsors of Season 12. Shoutouts to them. But yeah, no, I mean, I know we like to joke and say the commentators are the best. You're always going to get that when it comes to literally anything. But no, I mean, that's the beauty of OOR. It's all volunteer-based, and you can see just what happens when you have all of these parts come together as one. You get this well-oiled machine that people can't get enough of, and people really want to participate in. And that's something we want to do, especially with sim racing being so niche, compared to other genres of games. Even within the racing game sphere itself, you look at something like Need for Speed or Burnout or Trackmania, those are very accessible. But when it comes to sim racing, it's not so much, and at times a little, daunting.
Well, you can see it, just watching the chat for like the endurance race and everything, where people who have maybe just seen this as a live thing happening, maybe they follow some other stuff, they pop in and they suddenly realize, and we're drifting. It has to be on purpose.
It has to be on purpose. He knows we're watching. Continue on before I move.
You see these comments of, people come in and going, wow, the commentary is good, the visuals are good, everything is so impressive. Like, how is this not some big esports thing?
Because sim racing esports, KEKW. I
It
don't know.
sure looks like Sanchez is closing in on Briscoe. This
Just
might
about
look
to
like
say
a
that. I was just about to say that. I'm glad we're able to get back into it. But yeah, Keith Briscoe has been sitting here P3 at the moment. Last lap of 44.83, 45 or 43.57. Right now, though, Sanchez 7/10 ahead of Briscoe on that lap. It was a 44.89 there for the Mercedes compared to a 44.17 for the McLaren. You saw Sanchez almost going into the bumper there, but able to just have enough brakes under that car to keep that from happening. He might look around the outside here, but that is not going to be the case. And just up ahead, that is Eduardo, or not, sorry, that's not Eduardo Sanchez. That is Javier Marquez, P11, Hunter Page picking up drive-through for track limits. Kaiser in the pit lane. Palladini still very much in the lead here right now with the fastest lap of 35.54, but of course that was very early on in the race. No one's going to get better than that. And then Hamza Golzar in second, and that gap is quite a ways back. We'll get a more official timing here in just a bit, but right now this is the place to be. Javier Marquez is getting out of the way for one, and is going to have to get out of the way for number two. Sanchez is squeezed onto the grass. He's bumping over everything. It looks like Javier does not want to let him through, and I believe finally does. Yeah, just on the inside, you saw him dip there on that rear view screen, and that is going to definitely throw Sanchez off this game a little bit.
Definitely worst case scenario for a time to go on the grass in a race like this. You know, high speed, rainy, dark, that'll pucker you up.
Yeah, and especially with the McLaren, I know that she's gets a little unhappy when you bounce her on the curbs like that.
Yeah, I will say it's not a surprise seeing Hamza Golzar get all the way up there. It is a surprise not seeing him tracking down Palladini. Maybe I just don't know Palladini well enough. Maybe, you know, Golzar's got something else going on, but he sort of, I've seen him check out of the races so often, I just expect him to pull something off.
Yeah, well, the gap is 31.3 seconds, so do with that what you will, folks. That is the biggest gap I think we've ever seen, and I'm very amazed that Golzar has not closed that gap up immediately. Of course, he's sort of through qualifying to try to do some fun little shenanigans, but Palladini apparently didn't get the memo as he sort of just looked at what he was doing and said, okay, I'll just drive my car and you can't stop me. Very comfortably in the lead, and we are getting within that last half an hour. When do we start seeing the desperation moves come out, do you think, Sam?
I think the issue with that is that the weather is going to clean back up. So desperation moves may not be required if there's another big strategy change in who goes dry how soon. You know, we might see everyone spread out again in that sense. But conversely, that also might pull even more people closer together depending on how their pits go, and maybe we'll have a whole nice fight to the end. You know, at least these two guys are going to fight for the last place on the podium, but we'll see how their strategy goes with the pit stops and the tires.
Yeah, well, right now it's Sanchez that gets the better of Briscoe. I don't think Briscoe's on wet. Briscoe is on wets. Sanchez is on wets. Golzar is on wets. Golzar's in the pits. So he's looking at the weather report and he's saying, okay, rain's going to be stopping soon. Once that rain stops falling, the sort of, I guess you could say, progress that's made on clearing the circuit doesn't get reset. Obviously, when these drivers go over a stretch of the road, it clears the water out, but of course the rain puts the water back in. So with the rain stopping, once that water's cleared, it's going to stay cleared, and we're going to start seeing that drier line develop. You'll actually be able to see it a lot better in some areas, of course, with the lights. But that should be in a little while. The rain still is coming down, though.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clearly a big undercut shot that Hamza Golzar is taking. You know, if he can survive on the dries for a bit and then just stay on them all the way through the end, he might be able to make up that time. You know, it's the only other way you're gonna get 30 seconds out is to have someone in the pits while you don't have to be.
Yep, and I just checked. Palladini is still on wet tires, and Golzar, I think, is actually going to get out just barely ahead of Palladini. Yeah, he does. He actually is out ahead of Palladini. So now the Brazilian has to make a move. Does he go into the pits now, or does he stay out and try to just get as much out of the wet tires as he can?
Yeah, I think at this point, it kind of depends on where the traffic is, right? If you've got some traffic ahead of you and you can see it's going to slow the other guy down, maybe you stay out a little bit longer because it'll help you. But if not, go in, cover it, and get the tires on.
Absolutely. We'll wait and see. Keep a tab on that as we watch. Bryson Doring was trying to spook Kaiser off, but looks like he may have scared himself. Doesn't know who he's going to call at this point, but surely he'll find someone soon enough. Colin Bateman right now running here in P8. Hunter Page. Oh, it just goes from bad to worse. 15 seconds given over. So let's see. It has updated. So that was the collision we saw on lap 1, that double dive bomb. That penalty finally coming through. And, well, that's actually a good chance to actually talk about the live stewarding we have. You know, when you look at an incident, it's very easy to say, oh, well, it was this guy, or oh, it was that guy. But, you know, there's a lot of factors you have to look at, and, you know, the stewards want to make sure they have it as accurate as they can. Sometimes they don't get it right. You know, they're only human. It happens. But, yeah, that even though the penalties come in extremely late, it still came in.
Yeah, so, I mean, unless Hunter did just pit and swap tires, he can serve that in his next pit stop. If not, it's going to be one of those, 28 minutes to basically charge as far ahead forward as you can to offset those 15 seconds so you lose as few places as possible.
Yeah, and that's, you know, kind of hard to do, especially when, you know, you have to think about, you know, where do my opponents sit? Where am I sitting? Do I have any back markers in front of me that I have to navigate? How many back markers does the guy behind me have to get through? You know, it's for Page, and the thing is, it's not like a drive-through, right? It's not like you have to, you know, go ahead and you have X number of laps to serve it. It's just there. So at this stage, I don't know. Do you stay out? Do you keep going? Just want to see. Page is on the wets. And it just stopped raining. Or is about to stop raining.
Ooh, good thing there's not more than 30 minutes left, because that would be more rain right at the end of the race. That would be interesting.
It would be. So now the track is going to get cleared. So now we're going to be seeing that drier line develop. And the problem is, with that drier line, how much is that going to affect the wet tires?
Well, especially at a track like this where, you know, like what I was saying earlier, you're carrying so much momentum. A lot of what allows you to carry momentum is having a ton of side slip, or I guess in Lenham's case, all of the side slip.
Yep.
But that'll certainly heat up your rear tires real quick, and even more if they've got the tread pattern of rain.
Yeah, and with those wet tires, how quickly they heat up, you just have no front grip, so you end up understeering like every single corner. What we might see is some drivers, if they can kind of maybe gamble on the track not drying as quickly, we will see them dip off into the wetter parts of the track to cool those tires off, so when they inevitably do have to go onto the dry line, it isn't affecting them as much. Right now, though, it is Eduardo Sanchez once again on the rear bumper of Keith Briscoe. I think we've seen this a few times this evening.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not going to be boring for them for this race. This has to be something, you know, you're on the edge of your seat and sweating all the way through if you're going to have night, rain, and 0.3 second difference for almost all of 90 minutes here.
Yep, as Sanchez's lap was half a second faster, though. That's a huge chunk of time taken out of Briscoe, considering where they were just a couple laps ago. I think Sanchez tried to get it around the outside, but there wasn't enough room to play with. A little switcheroo, though, could set things up. Through the corner they go, side by side, and Briscoe gets it better. Although Sanchez fighting that car on the exit. Oh, Briscoe actually went wide, I think. I think Briscoe just went wide. Sanchez moves up.
Yeah, I wonder if with the rain stopping, you can be a little bit more aggressive on the curbs back like the way that you know, would be on this track on throughout a dry session, is going, like we've said, a car's width outside the curbs. If you jump and start doing that before the other guy, you might be able to get that sort of run. We just saw that gap show up.
Yep, I think it looked like Briscoe just went offline, and then he had to be very careful over those sausage curbs and slowed down even more, and that's what gave Sanchez the opportunity to leapfrog over. So right now, Sanchez back onto the podium, and Hamza Gulzar down in P5 right now. I don't think Palladini's pitted yet. No, he's still on wets, so he might be banking on the track staying wet enough to get to the end of this race.
Yeah, I mean, he might have a gap far enough ahead, and might see that the people right behind him are fighting too, so they're not going to exactly come right up behind him super quick.
That's true, yeah. It's, for him, probably a fun little game of watch the clock and wait for it to go down. Lawrence Lanham in the pits again, probably for another set of tires. It's been very, very busy in the pit lane, it seems, for a lot of drivers here this evening. But 23 and a half to go. We will be winding things down, obviously. It has been very surprising pretty much across the field. We haven't had sort of the dominating Gulzar experience that we're used to, as Palladini has done all of that and more. We've had some unexpected drivers pretty high up the order. Darren Wicks, I know amateur class, probably not amateur for long, up in P6 though.
Well, I was going to say, I think the story of the race has got to be Darren Wicks. You know, he's up in P6 and he's, what, less than a second behind Hamza Gulzar right now. He's 7 seconds with a 15-second penalty ahead of P7. So even if he's on wets and they start heating up, I would definitely go to the end and secure my top 10 finish in a M-class car.
I know, that's going to be a huge boost of confidence for Wicks. You know, there's nothing, you know, more exciting than being an amateur class and finding yourself fighting with pro-ams and amateur classes. I mean, or pros and pro-ams, excuse me. But no, I mean, like you said, yeah, definitely the story of the night. I never would have expected that.
I think he didn't qualify all that well either, so, you know, he must have made it through with Hamza Gulzar through all the sort of early kerfuffles, we'll say, you know, made it through safely, gained a whole bunch of places, and just run a good race since then.
Yeah, may have had the sort of tried to have the same line as Gulzar, you know, just doing what he does, picking his way through, sort of, you know, like a medic shield on MVM or something. But it's been amazing from him and Bateman as well with Rasco right now for P8. So even though the race is winding down and these gaps are opening up, there's still some things that are not set and finalized, as we have it is Bateman getting the better of Rasco right now. It is youth over experience right now. Bateman, the new driver here, getting a little sideways, but he is carrying more speed out of the corner, and Brian Rasco, look at that, just that McLaren getting smaller and smaller down this back straight.
Yeah, I mean, if we think back to when sort of the rain started and we look at the, you know, chat, Brian Rasco stayed on the dries longer. It seems like he dropped out of the podium positions real quick, and even now is having trouble holding on. It's got to be pretty frustrating when you know that you're as fast as everyone else up front.
Yep, but you just find yourself stuck in one of the worst positions for your current situation. But at this point, I mean, there's not really much he can do about it. He's just sort of here. He's got to just get these laps finalized, and it's still a top 10 finish, still very, very respectable, but it's obviously not what he wants. He wants a little bit more than that.
Yeah, and strategy is really difficult in a game like this, because if you have normal, like, GT racing, you've got someone on your radio telling you, oh, we should try this or do this. I think we've seen this data, etc., etc. When you're just there by yourself in your rig, and depending on how good your rig is, not able to really look around and see all the information all the time, focusing on a tighter track like this compared to, let's say, something like Bathurst where there's long straights you can just check out on. You know, you've got to be your own chief engineer all the while this is going on. It's easy to make a little mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. There's those simple lapses in judgment, and even you have the time when you need to, you know, maybe take your mind out. Like you said, Bathurst, you have long straights you can check out and say, all right, I can check this, I can check that. But even after you're done checking it, I don't know if it's just me, but sometimes there's just still that little part of you that goes, hey man, you know, what about like this? And you're like, dude, shut up, I need to race really quick.
Yeah, it's those, hey, maybe I could do this better times where I always go off. Always, end up outbraking yourself thinking, I've done this 10 times in a row. I'm pretty sure I could break a little bit later here. And it's already been 70 of your 90-minute race. That's not the time to change things.
Yeah, unless there's some, strange line that comes up, or maybe there's a safety car. But like, yeah, no, it's not the time to change strategies, and it's definitely, we're not going to be at this track again this season, so there's no, oh well, the next time we show up, I'll have this information and I can use it to my advantage. We don't go back to tracks after we race them during the season. There might be tracks that come back in the following seasons. It has happened, but we try to mix things up a bit and keep drivers on their toes.
We should probably jump on board Darren Wick's car. He's been within even half a second of Gulzar for a little while now. That is an impressive feat, even normal times, but this has just got to be, hopefully, that carrot in front of you, right? That makes it a little bit easier to follow through and focus on what you're doing this far into a race, rather than, say, if he was in front and being chased down.
Yeah, it's impressive. Gulzar's last lap, a 44.7 compared to a 44.3. That is interesting. How is Palladini? His last lap was a 41.7. That's
what?
No, yeah, his last lap. So his last lap was a 41.7. The only person close to him is Hunter Page with a 43.72.
Oh, and yeah, Hunter's gonna come into this fight probably in the next few laps. Now, I mean, of course, he's got that penalty, which means that you don't really want to fight him too much if you're, Darren Wicks. Maybe let him through and then just keep going because you've got that place. But if you're this close to the guy in front of you, being Hamza Gulzar, it really makes you want to just sort of stick with it and even maybe take some risky moves to defend against the guy coming up behind you.
Yeah, but you have to think, if the guy behind you's faster and gets around you, well, if you just stay there and, maybe you let him through, well, that's still 15 seconds. They have to find 15 seconds to, clear you and hold a position. So, it's one thing, like you said, to stick with the guy in front of you. It's another thing to say, well, maybe I just back out and, let this person do some more work for me. Maybe Darren Wick could use Page as a bit of a screen to get around Gulzar and Sanchez.
Yeah, I was thinking as a screen, or even if you have someone that's, more experienced coming up behind you, they can fight the even more experienced car in front of you and slow them down or cause them to have some sort of accident, and you just cruise right on by as all those experienced, pro drivers flip over on the side of the road.
Yeah, exactly. And I think we're seeing that now. Darren Wicks will probably maybe just bank on Page, who does peak there on the inside, but backs out of it. But yeah, maybe just going to use the McLaren there as something he can use to his advantage. Oh, getting a little out of shape. Maybe that's all part of the plan. That's L plan right there, I'm telling you. So now with Page ahead, Darren Wicks can probably say, okay, Page has pace, could probably fight Gulzar. Is there a chance I get more out of this? There's a lot of space between them, of course, right now between Wicks and Page. It might be possible.
Yeah, with 15 minutes left, you really just have to stay safe and keep it consistent. And if you can keep those guys in your sights, maybe you can make something out of a mistake by both of them. You can maybe, make a 2-for-1 pass. But realistically, right now, you're safely where you are in provisional P6. So, like I said, just stay safe. 15 minutes, what is that, like 7 more laps or something like that?
I think, yeah, in the wet, yeah, I think you might be right. I was thinking about,
in the wet it'd be less. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, yeah, if it's dry, you're 100% correct, but if it's wet, I'm not too certain.
One more lap.
At least one more. So so now Hunter Page has a run. He's biting on the scruff of Gulzar. He knows the pace is there. And where is Where is Darren Wicks? Did he just have another off track? I think he did. Well, that's certainly the worst case scenario.
Well, one thing to remember also is that Hunter Page has had a race where he's gotten to a few wraps, we'll say. I mean, that's, I think, one of the reasons he's got the 15-second penalty, and he was in something early on. So if he's still running a little bit of a ragged edge race here, he could end up taking out Hamza Gulzar.
Yeah, he's got to be very, very careful. 15 seconds is a lot of time in a race, so, you know, it's just minimizing the bleeding, and, you know, if you can't go for a move, then don't even bother. Just maybe bang these laps out, stick with Gulzar, and then hope Darren Wicks maybe clocks himself out again like he had just done.
Speaking of clocked out, looks like we're down to 15.
Yep. 15 minutes to go here at Misano for the last of the mini enduros from yesterday into today. Asia Pacific, EU, and North America, of course. And Platt picks up a drive-through right as he gets to the pit lane. Very good. But no, last 15 minutes of the evening. We'll be back again next week, of course, at Snetterton for a regular old sprint race. We'll see how that plays out. Should be interesting. A track that I'm fairly certain not many people run. I think I might hop on the rig this week and give it a shot. Or no. Oh, no. Spring break is the week after. Damn it. Never mind.
There's certainly a couple sections of Snetterton where if you get it right, it's really, really just this nice feeling of this flow. But at the same time, there's some sections where I just feel like I'm waiting to get it over with.
Yeah, I feel like you get that with a lot of tracks, though. Jonathan Bass here on the inside of Brian Rasko. He sat in the slipstream and just fires it down. Rasko's not going to fight that one all too much. We have lost Platt, unfortunately. Looks like his night over and done with. And from 20 cars down to 14, it has been people getting picked off little by little. And, well, it's definitely been a war of attrition, more so than usual.
Yeah, you certainly expect that with this type of weather and even time. But it is sort of something to keep an eye on. Is we've seen Bass have these connection issues. I do wonder if those who are around him are less likely to, take on the fight and really try to stick with him if you see someone moving around like that.
Yeah, that's a big thing. We see, with our races, even if we're, for me, like if I connect to a server in Europe or I connect to, say, one of our AP servers when we do a special event and I just happen to be in there. Even then, with the yellow bar connection, it's still good enough to race. Palladini, of course, running yellow bar, and, some drivers we've had orange. But when it gets to red and you start teleporting, like you said, that's when you back off a little bit. You're like, well, the driver's here, but are they?
Yeah, it's real scary to think that you could be running right next to them down a straight and have a great run, and suddenly they're, 2 or 3 car lengths at front, 2 or 3 car lengths back, and then somehow you're sitting next to them in their own car.
Yeah, and you get to see all the detail that gets put in. That's the one thing I love about it, is just how much detail there is internally with these things. It's beautiful, and you get to see all of it. But obviously you don't want to see it if someone's teleporting all over the place, because you might, especially in the wets, you might have just a reaction, just an automatic reaction, and you might flick the wheel one way, and that's going to spin you out, and that's not what you need. Javier Marquez, I just saw it going into the pit lane, I believe. Yeah, on the thing it says he's in the pits. That's not it? That's what? I want to roll this back. I got to see this. So let's see. Yeah,
that's confusing.
So there's Kevin Parody. He goes around. Javier Marquez, just tags the tires. And that's a pretty good Austin Powers.
Yeah, you're not getting out of that.
That was a smart move. Just go straight to the pit. I don't mean to laugh. It sucks, but come on, like that's pulling off the Austin Powers like that. That's kind of impressive.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say we should jump up to this here because Darren Wicks was doing so great. He had a couple of those offs, and now he's got Bateman coming in to challenge him for that provisional P6 with the Page penalty up there. Seems like he's going to be really just tiptoeing around. Tires are probably a bit off right now, probably a little bit nervous. So, can he defend? I think he probably could if he really wanted to try, but I don't see him really lasting too long in this sense. But at the very least, stick with the next person and the next person, as long as you stay within those 15 seconds of Hunter Page, you're still going to finish pretty well.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the big decisions when it comes to having to decide whether to attack or defend, or even when it comes to the guy in front. If you end up fighting this person, you may lose out on a ton of time, and the person that has the penalty in front of you, whether it's 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, it's going to just completely destroy your race result. And I'm wondering if that's what Bateman and Wicks are doing. Maybe they understand that, yeah, their pace is similar, but it's not really worth it to fight. Just stay where you are, pick up a free position, and go home.
Well, also, if you're Bateman, you've been relatively far behind this group for a while, and now you see you're closing. You sort of sense that blood in the water. You sort of sense that the guy in front of you might be losing some of his tires, his grip, or even just his, clarity as he gets tired and it gets dark and everything. So, you may just do what we talk about is sitting right in their rearview mirror and just wait for that mistake. In this sense, that's probably the best bet.
Most likely, and Hunter Page is doing just that. He's been, sitting there very close with Hamza Golzar, but hasn't really gone for a move, hasn't really done anything. We're looking at times here. Palladini 41.002, 42.77 for Briscoe, 42.06 for Page, 44.33 for Golzar. What are these times?
This is also one of those situations where even if you've got, the pace and skill of someone like Golzar, it's swallow your pride if you can and let Page go by, because there's no reason to potentially have a scrap with him when he's got that penalty. Not at this stage of the race.
Yep, exactly. I'm sure Golzar a little disappointed in the not quite worst to first, but worst to fifth, pretty good. He'll just have to wait for his third win, of course. He'll have a chance next week at Brands Hatch, but if Palladini has anything to go off of here, I'm fairly certain that Golzar may have to wait a little bit longer, and we'll see how much Palladini can take out of this lead here. Right now, though, it is Hunter Page all over the rear wing, of Golzar, and yeah, there it is, just like you said, Sam. Just let him through. Don't bother fighting it.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as that got a little bit too close for comfort, that's when you let the move go by. I do just want to quickly say, though, I'm pretty sure we're not going to Brands Hatch next week.
Did I say Brands Hatch? I meant
Yes,
Snetterton.
sir.
Excuse me. It's been a long day.
They're all Britishy small tracks. It's fine.
Yeah, they're through the hills, and you can barely go too wide. It's just like the roads. You can barely go too wide half the time. But it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out, and hopefully we see a much larger grid next week. That is always something that I look forward to with those sort of smaller tracks, is when you have a lot of cars on the grid, you get a lot more chaos than something like Misano, where, yeah, it's a thin track, relatively speaking, but there's, it's very spaced out.
Yeah, and, barring some sort of catastrophe, it sure looks like the only thing going here for any sort of change of position is the Darren Wicks Bateman fight back there. I mean, he's even taken a little bit of time ahead. Darren has sort of gained a little bit of time, which is good there, but everyone else seem to be sort of in the position they're going to finish in right now.
Yeah, exactly. Brian Rasco letting Sanchez through. That's a back marker, of course, blue flags. So it would be Palladini, Briscoe, and Sanchez. Palladini is on the lead lap. Obviously, he's in the lead, but Briscoe is only on lap 48 of 49. And he's, what, 20, 30 some odd seconds back?
And Hunter Page gets elevated up to a drive-through, so that's not even losing the 15 seconds. He's way back, possibly down after base.
Oh, pass. Yeah. He's going to be bopped way down because of that.
Oh man, Not Bones Crew's gonna have to look for a new position after this race. They're all being let go.
Yep. Well, I'm sure that Sam Raworth would be more than willing to do it. I've heard he's really good at the whole crew thing, right?
I wish.
You don't have that amateur class rating for nothing. Come on.
Exactly.
But it's still nice that these drivers come out and, despite their, shortcomings, they do give it their all, and that's something that I have nothing but respect for. I've been keeping an eye on things as well in the Discord, and I've been seeing what's been said by Lanham. He's great quote here. I mean, I can walk a dog, but I want to go fast, and I'll walk on needles. That's a pretty good way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly an entertaining race from our standpoint, but you gotta imagine if he wasn't laughing the whole time, he was a bit clenched.
Yeah, I think we all were in some capacity, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you practice driving a Porsche without driving a Porsche.
Yep. We do have no Porsches left. I don't think, did we start the race with a Porsche? At least one?
No, sir. We had like 4 of us in blue, but none in this split.
Really? Hold on, let me check.
Yep.
I don't believe you. Thiele was
No, there was
marked.
none.
Thiele was marked as being present, but didn't show up. Okay, so yeah, there's only 2 Porsches in this split. It's Pearson, Thiele, and then for blue, we have 6. We have Landry, Carpenter, Voisin, you, Flomger, and No.
Mm-hmm. Porsche Cup.
But yeah, definitely. That's exactly what I was thinking.
I wonder how close we'll get to like a last lap shower here, or maybe just as they finish line and go into the pits, the rain starts. But it would be pretty funny to see just a little bit more chaos.
Well, it might be saving that for another day, unfortunately. I doubt the rain's going to come in the next 3 minutes. And even if it does, I don't think it's going to have too much of an effect. I don't think the track will be wet enough by the end to really have too much of a impact on the outcome.
Well, it may not be wet enough to be normally, dangerous, but at this point, 90 minutes in, maybe your tires, maybe you're just too tired, pun intended. A little bit of slickness can make a whole lot of a difference.
Yeah, exactly. And big shout out to some of these newer drivers. Bryson Doring, of course, the newest here in North America Red. He's had quite the race. You could say he has a chance at a top 10 finish, but of course, due to some drivers leaving the server and parking up, he's gotten a few positions, but still good on him for carrying on despite some of the slides that he's had up in P11 right now. So for him, that's going to be a huge confidence boost.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look, Darren Wicks will be the winner in the AM class, and I guess P6 is okay too.
Yeah, I think it's at least one position above P11. I could be wrong though.
I mean, you're not wrong. At least
one, maybe 2 if you really count it. And one driver who's just been doing his own thing, Stefano Palladini, coming in here after I think missing the first few races, is going to be going on to his final lap when he comes back around to the start-finish line. Briscoe in second. He's had a pretty quiet race, all things considered. Sanchez having to get a little bit crazy out there. Not so much to draw the ire of the stewards, but enough to keep things interesting. And then Thompson and Golzar. Thompson hasn't had that much happen this race. It's been pretty quiet for him. Hamza Golzar, of course, starting from way back on the grid deliberately and trying to find his way back up to P1, has not worked out very well.
And Palladini had sort of a strange race. I mean, he got pole, right? And then right out of the gate was ahead of everybody. We assume because he might have jumped the start a little bit. I think he got that penalty. But he lost a place, I believe it was to Marquez when they were fighting. And then he got it back and just checked out for like the last hour. It's almost like the first half hour he was just finding his sea legs, and the rest of it he just sailed away.
Yeah, perhaps the rain was enough for him to get across. But he's had a pretty solid race from here on out, and it looks like the battle for P6 is going to go for one more lap. Colin Bateman slowly been drawing Darren Wicks into his waiting arms. He's been a second faster this lap, but he's got to get it done. It's going to be a long ways before
now is the time for dives. It's the time for those moves that could,
Colin Bateman Down the inside, he does compromise himself. Darren Wicks slings it around the outside there. And
Very respectful, though. You know, he knew that if he had continued, he might have pushed him off and done something unfair.
Yep. So like you said, it's going to be the dives. And you have to think on that backstretch with a bit more toe. Could Bateman go for a move? Pulls to the inside. The door's open, but the problem is he's not quite on the porch just yet. He's still a little too far back. Throws it quite a ways out wide. Does get a better exit, though. And down the inside he goes. Bateman picks it up. But Palladini gets it here at Misano on the top step of the podium. Keith Briscoe has a little ways to go before he can finally cross the line. Darren Wicks, he has a final couple of chances here to try and gain that position back, but I don't know if there's enough within him to get the job done. There's Bateman going way out wide. Is that what Wicks needs to pull in? He's close, but I don't think he's close enough, unfortunately. But still an incredibly good result here from the number 77 to pick up a P7 in the amateur class, and the only amateur driver to actually make it to the end.
Yeah, that's so tough, though, because as great as you do for your class and for the overall race like he just did, you still feel almost a little bit dejected that you lost that last place on that last lap. You know, you could be at a third place on the podium for the first time in your life, but you lost second just at the last lap. It's still going to irk you a bit.
Yep. And speaking of podiums, Keith Briscoe, position number 2 for him there. Job well done. And Eduardo Sanchez, he's just got a couple corners to navigate, and he'll round out that podium position. What a race he's had. Beautiful stuff. Huge fan of his work. Jonathan Bass makes it across. Bryson Doring, a P11 for him in his debut race. That is definitely something to write home about. And then we are just waiting on, well, technically Marquez, but he parked it up. His race ended a long time ago, so soon enough everything will get moved forward and we'll get you those final results. But what a race we had here tonight.
Yeah, it's certainly fun to watch. You know, you have a mini enduro like this sort of after my own race, and you could expect to be a little bit exhausted and just maybe bored if this was something that was more spread out, but no, this kept my attention. I hope everyone watching sort of felt the same.
Hopefully. Yeah, I agree with that, and I think the rain is just starting to come down, so right at the end we will not be having any wet weather shenanigans on track, but we're going to wait for the server to get ticked over, and we'll get those final results for you. And then we have a week until Snetterton, which will be interesting to see. Race director, if you could just push it forward. Please, I need to do the race results. There it is. All right. Let's get these final results in here for you guys. Everyone left, but we'll let you know. So, overall, Palladini, Briscoe, and Sanchez are your top 3 in the Pro-Am category. It's Briscoe, Sanchez, and Hunter Page, even with that 15-second penalty, has 3 laps cleared from parity. You can see all of the Pro-Am drivers, Parity, Marquez, Kaiser, Wilson, Brown, out of the game. Unfortunately, had to park it up. In the amateur class, it's Darren Wicks taking home bragging rights ahead of, well, every other amateur class that didn't quite make it. Platt in second, Lanham third, Thiele apparently in the server but didn't get to actually race. And then for the unclassified, it's Bateman, Doring, Parkinson, and Conway had to bow out early. But that is going to do it for us tonight. Closing thoughts, Sam?
Just a good race overall, you know. I think that everyone can be proud if they made it to the end. I think if you didn't make it in, then that's probably expected to happen a lot in a race like this. So, you know, you just sort of go out there and try as best you can.
Yep, and that's sort of the mantra I think a lot of our drivers have throughout the season and everything. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for us here tonight at Misano. It's going to be a week before we get back onto the track back in the UK at Snetterton. Of course, one final shout out to Simrigs for sponsoring Season 12 of the Sprint Series. I've already talked about them enough. They're from Melbourne. They got some sim racing stuff. You want sim racing stuff, they've got you covered. Oh, our Patreon members, you get 5% off your in-store purchases. Absolutely would use that. This stuff is not cheap by any means, unless you're going with a starter wheel, maybe a T150 or a G29. Up to you. But yeah, that's going to be it. We'll be back again next week. Same time, same place, AP, EU, and NA. On behalf of myself, Sam Raworth, and everybody here at the OOR, we'd like to thank you so much for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed your stay. But until next time, stay safe, stay beautiful, and make sure you keep it within the track limits.